If you're over 50, you don't want to use traditional makeup. As we age, our skin tends
Everyone, we're on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, continuing with evidence from the state in their case in chief. Mr. Douglas on the stand. I'll remind the witness still under oath for testimony in this case. I'll also note the jurors are all present, all 18 jurors, and properly seated. The court's received the juror affirmations from this morning as well regarding following the court's admonishing instruction each day. So thank you each of you for following that instruction. I'll also please remind all those in attendance here, there's a courtroom conduct order in effect that will be enforced. So please make sure any devices or anything that would be disturbing to the court or the jurors not take place. And with that in mind, I think Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with direct examination, you can go ahead and do that.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
When we finished off yesterday, we'd gone over multiple financial timelines, correct?
Correct.
Correct. In the course of your investigation, well, yesterday you spoke multiple times about Venmo.
Yes.
In the course of your investigation, did you investigate further into Venmo activity for TYLEE Ryan?
I did.
And did you do so in view of the other facts of this case as well?
Yes, I did.
What records did you review in your investigation regarding Venmo activity?
So the original review was of the Venmo in of itself. TYLEE had a Venmo account and Lori had two. And after reviewing the Venmo activity in of itself, I reviewed what is also called the funding source for the Venmo, being the credit cards and debit cards, bank accounts associated with those, or what the funds would have been drawn from.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 117.
Thank you.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 117?
I do.
What is it?
This is a timeline that I created that I titled Venmo activity that includes the two accounts that Lori had regarding Venmo as well as TYLEE's.
All right. And did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying today?
I did.
Did you prepare that to aid the jury in understanding the Venmo activity on TYLEE Ryan's account and how it might interact with this case?
That is correct.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the timeline or chart you created?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes, the State's Exhibit 117 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 117 is entered and admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, this chart doesn't all fit at once, so I'm going to start.
Sorry about that.
Can you talked about the documents you looked at to prepare this. Can you just explain for the jury in a little more detail how you put this together?
So starting in January of 2019, now you can see the three accounts. I labeled the funding sources that were associated with these accounts. As I stated yesterday, Lori had a few JP Morgan Chase accounts. But TYLEE's JP Morgan Chase account was the only funding source associated with her Venmo account until September. And this also, the activity, the Venmo also provides who the funds are going to, and as associated would have been how that individual labeled themselves in Venmo.
All right. So can you tell us who was TYLEE Venmoing money to?
So if you could slide it up a little bit, please. So as you can see, as I labeled from January 7th to August 7th, TYLEE's account was associated with her JP Morgan account ending 3918. Her primary Venmo activity was to Colby Ryan, who was her older brother, as well as Kelsey Benson, who is Colby's significant other. Also a friend of hers, two of her friends, this Jillian Kennedy and a McKenna Webb, to which there was only one transaction each.
I'm going to point with my pen. So these payments, is that the number of payments being made?
That is correct. Throughout that time frame, that is the amount of payments associated with that account.
So how much did she send in that time frame to Colby Ryan?
TYLEE?
Yes, I'm sorry, that wasn't very clear. How much
No.
did TYLEE send to Colby Ryan?
So throughout that time frame, TYLEE had Venmoed Colby 4 times for $170 total.
And so you talked about a change in the funding source. Is that represented on this chart?
It is.
Where is that?
If you'll slide it over slightly. And the jury will be able to associate this chart with the chart that we referenced yesterday, TYLEE's bank account records, the orange being associated with the orange on that account or that chart, as well as the red being associated with the red on that chart as well. And the funding source, I tried to get as close to even as possible, being changed per Venmo September 10th of 2019.
And was there still Venmo activity after that?
There was.
And you have on here the move to Rexburg around September 1st?
Yes.
And then that you have it labeled TYLEE is killed on September 9th?
Correct.
Was there still Venmo activity after that?
There was.
What Venmo activity took place after that?
So the Venmo activity there in the bottom right, starting September 10th, going through December 18th to Colby Ryan.
And do you have an amount that was sent to Colby Ryan?
There were 29 payments throughout that time period, totaling $5,940.
And you said that Colby is TYLEE's brother.
Older brother.
So Lori Vallow was his mother.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 97 and 97A. 97 is a business records affidavit, which is the one subpart A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just review those quickly. Exhibit 97 and Exhibit 97A are both admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, do you recognize States Exhibit 97A?
I do.
What is it?
These are records provided to or provided from Etsy.
Okay. And what do they show?
They show a purchase by Lori on the date of August 15th, 2019, for 2 items with the description of glow-in-the-dark malachite rings, malachite inlay titanium rings.
Your Honor, may I publish that exhibit for the jury?
You may.
Mr. Douglas, if you can show the jury what you were just speaking of.
So the information being provided by Etsy here and the order date or the day of purchase being August 15th for the total value of the $259 shipped to Miss Lori Vallow, and the description being down here in this area.
And was there an email associated with Lori Vallow on that document?
Yes, there is.
What is it?
lollytime@icloud.com.
Detective, Mr. Douglas, I apologize. Did you do any further investigation into this purchase?
I did.
Was this purchase successful?
This purchase was returned. It was refunded to Miss Vallow.
And do you know why?
No, but not at this time for this one specifically.
All right. Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
You previously mentioned that that we can refer to you as Mr. Douglas, right?
Yes, sir. That would be fine.
Not agent.
No, sir. Not an agent, a forensic accountant, sir.
Okay. Okay. I recall you putting up one of the exhibits where it reflected that Chad purchased a phone prior to meeting Lori Vallow. Do you
Yes,
recall that?
I do.
Okay. And what was the purpose of putting that particular identifier on the Tammy's or the life timeline that you created in that situation?
So when we requested the information from Walmart that they provided regarding all the electronics, that being one, I found that substantial because of the continued pattern of the purchase of cell phones throughout the time frame.
Okay. And did you look into what kind of phone that was?
It was provided, yes.
Okay. What kind of phone was that?
I can't say off the top of my head, sir. It's in my reports, but I can't
It's
remember.
one of those, and I don't want to use this term loosely, but it's one of those disposable phones. Would that be fair?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
And those either are required for you to add minutes to them, or you just purchase a new one. They're a relatively inexpensive way to have a second phone. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the purchase was inexpensive.
Right. And the continuing purchases of those phones was an inexpensive way to have a second phone, right?
It would have been.
Yeah. And if you're having an affair with another woman and you're married, that's a pretty ideal way to hide the fact that you're having an affair by using a phone like that. Wouldn't you agree?
If you say so, sir.
Well, it's not me saying so. I asked you.
Well, I never purchased a phone for that purpose.
Well, I didn't ask if you did, but would you agree that,
It could be used for that,
could be
sure.
used? Right. Okay. Now, you also talked about the number of items about purchases made. Is there any indication that in all of the financial records you examined, that there was any commingling, I guess that's a divorce term, combining of assets between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
There's no indication that money from Chad's account went into Lori's or Lori's account going into Chad's, or no.
Okay. Now, we'll turn to Exhibit 112. And Judge, can I have Exhibit 112? I have a copy, Judge, if you would prefer to.
We've got the exhibit here.
Okay,
We'll
thank
have, Mr. Pryor will have the court's exhibit. If you'd like the witness to review that, you can have it taken to him as well.
Do you have a recollection of 112, or would it help for you to
If
just,
you pull it up, sir, I'll know which one it is.
if I could use the projector, Judge?
Yeah, it's been admitted, so the projector can be turned on.
Skill level here is at best. Okay, so we start this with 4/3 of 2018. To your knowledge, Chad Daybell wasn't in the picture at that point, right?
No, sir.
And there's no indication that Chad Daybell knew Lori Vallow? Sir?
The reason I put this on here, sir,
I
was
didn't ask you
because
that. I just want you to answer my questions. I don't want
there's nothing that shows that Chad knew Lori at this time.
Okay, thank you. And at that point, Chad also didn't know TYLEE Ryan, right?
No, not that I know of.
And there's no indication at all that Chad Daybell knew Joe Ryan, correct?
No indication that I know of.
And there's no indication in 4/3 of 2018 that Chad Daybell knew JJ Vallow, correct?
Sorry, state that again.
There's no indication that Chad Daybell knew JJ Vallow, correct?
At this time? No.
Okay. And then we'll move on to your timeline of 6/14 of 2018. TYLEE starts receiving Social Security payments. Same questions. Chad Daybell, to your knowledge, didn't know TYLEE at this point, correct?
That, not to my knowledge, no.
JJ?
Nope.
Lori?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. We can skip TYLEE receiving her GED.
Mhm.
10/23/18. Lori opens that BBVA account on 10/23 of 18. At that point, Chad Daybell doesn't know Lori at that point either, right?
No, as indicated below, it would have been 3 days prior to that.
3 days prior?
This account would have been opened on 10/23. Chad and Lori met on 10/26.
Right.
So 3 days
I
prior.
see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I wasn't tracking. That's okay. That was my bad.
We'll be fine. Thank you.
So then we go to 10/26/18. And there's an indication that Lori Vallow came into a life insurance policy as the result of the death of Joseph Ryan. And she received a payment of $64,964.52. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, that's, and I need you to clarify this for me because it's important. That wouldn't have been the time she applied for the insurance money, correct?
No, this is when it was paid into her account.
Well, how
She would have
long?
applied earlier.
Okay, and I'm going to slow down so I don't interrupt you again, or I'm going to hear about it. Any idea from your experience how long it takes to apply for life insurance payments before you generally would get those payments?
Well, in my experience specific to this case, sir, Chad applied and he received one check within a week.
Okay. And that was within regards to Tammy, right?
That is correct.
But I'm talking about in your experience with this one.
This one specifically took a little longer from what I remember regarding this.
Do you have a recollection of how long it took?
I don't, not on my head, sir.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Lori had been anticipating receiving this almost $65,000 prior to the time that she met Chad Daybell or was ever introduced to Chad Daybell?
Lori knew about this before she met Chad Daybell.
Okay. And then on 12/10 of 18, TYLEE starts getting paid, and please clear that by the JNS.
JNS Investments. This is her uncle's business.
Okay.
That's the name that they were under.
Okay. And then TYLEE begins making monthly payments to T-Mobile on 2/25 of 19, right?
Correct.
Charles, and that would be Charles VALLOW, right?
Correct.
Co-signs for TYLEE to get a Jeep. And TYLEE begins making monthly payments. Okay. Is that fair in the squares I've represented? There?
That's correct. Yes.
And then you put down that Charles VALLOW dies on 7/11/19, right?
Correct.
So what I'm having some difficulty with is this is TYLEE's financial timeline, right?
Correct. That's what it's labeled, sir.
And it's talking about TYLEE's, how she's spending her money and the manner in which she's spending the money, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Chad Daybell has nothing to do with any of the transactions above, right?
Not on this, no.
Okay. And the only reference to Chad Daybell is you put, well, when they met, right?
Correct.
And then you put that Charles VALLOW dies, right?
Yes.
You're not trying to imply that because of financial reasons in this particular exhibit, Chad Daybell had anything to do with the death of Charles VALLOW, are you?
What I'm implying on this specific timeline, sir, was where TYLEE's funds were going to come from and then what she spent them on. This is specifically to show on TYLEE's
Okay.
spending habits, sir.
And I don't want to put an answer in your mouth to testify, but that wasn't really my question. My
No,
question.
because that's not the reason that I built this
Thank you.
timeline.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, you sneak up behind me there. Is that where you went? There was a discussion on one of your exhibits where you talked about Lori mentioning to Chad about receiving a $4,000 payment. Do you remember that?
I do.
What exhibit was that again?
That's noted on a couple. It was on the one that you just handed back.
Okay. And then on the other one, it was.
It would have been regarding JJ as well.
I'm just going to say both of you are kind of getting into a habit of talking over each other. Please try to avoid that.
And if I could have exhibit
Mr.
114.
Pryor, you just talked right over me when I was telling
sorry,
you,
Judge.
please not do that. Thank you.
And if I could have exhibit 114, Judge. Thank you. Judge, if I can publish this.
You may.
Oops. This is an exercise here. Okay. Maybe not. Hopefully you can read that about the 4,000 month in insurance from. Oh, there. So on this particular chart, this was JJ's financial?
This would have been a timeline regarding JJ's or transaction regarding JJ.
Okay, so the financial transaction regarding JJ, again, you put on there that Chad, Daybell, and Lori meet, right?
I did.
And then a box right next to it, again, you put down that Charles VALLOW dies.
Correct.
Okay. And then on 7/18, after Charles VALLOW's death, it says something about Lori texting Chad about receiving $400 a month in Social Security, but nothing from the insurance company.
That is correct. It's 4,000, not 400.
4,000, I'm sorry. Thank you. And at this point, was there any other indication in your investigation that they ever talked prior to that time about any financial matters like Social Security or insurance?
Not that I can recall at this time, sir.
Okay. And this text was in the form of expressing her displeasure about the fact that this is what she discovered after Charles's death, right?
It could be said that way, sir.
Okay. And then we go on to Well, before I go there, there was nothing to indicate that Chad Daybell had any financial interest in that Social Security or insurance at that point on 7/18 of 2019, correct?
I don't know of a response regarding that.
Okay. You didn't find anything that showed that Chad had any financial link to any of those accounts, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then Lori posts a dog for sale on 8/9 of 19, right?
Yes.
And then on 8/12, she names Colby Ryan the insurance beneficiary on her life policy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that point, at least we are aware that her and Chad are involved in a relationship of some kind, right?
I think that's fair to say.
And yet at that point, she names as a beneficiary on her life insurance policy and Colby Ryan's her son, right?
Yes.
With the deceased Joseph Ryan.
I believe so.
Okay, so she puts an insurance policy on her name, not Chad's at that point, or puts it on Colby's name, not Chad's, for 100% of the beneficiary, right?
Correct.
And then she also previously, we talked towards the end of your testimony about the fact that she made numerous payments to Colby Ryan, right?
Correct.
And that was after, well after the last known sign of life of JJ VALLOW, correct?
Yes.
So she was giving, at least in some indication, money to Colby Ryan. And on 8/12 of 19, after Charles VALLOW dies, she puts Colby Ryan on her insurance policy. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, then on 8/14, she applies for an apartment in Rexburg. And at that point, she's receiving a bit of money, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then she moves to Rexburg on 9/1. This is going to be a task. Bear with me, please.
All right.
I'm a lawyer, not a audiovisual person. But in any event, then we move on. She moves to Rexburg. And at this point, there's still no financial link between Chad Daybell and Lori VALLOW, correct?
Correct.
And then on 9/8/19, when there's a last known sign of regarding TYLEE Ryan on 9/8 of 19, there's still no financial link between Chad Daybell and Lori VALLOW of any kind. Is that correct?
There are no accounts with them associating funds at this time.
And then the prosecutor's assertion that the last known sign of life with JJ VALLOW was on 9/22/19. Again, there were no accounts that were mingled at that point, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing financially showing them linked in any way, correct?
Correct.
And then after the fact that when they got married, again, there was no joint accounts to your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
Not sure how long I would do that. Now, on one of your exhibits, you talked something about a south-southwest wind. Remember
did.
that?
I do.
Okay. And that was part of the email searching that you did as a result of is that part of TYLEE's?
Yes, that would have been on TYLEE, sir.
Okay. And as far as financial, I found that a little unusual that you would include a Google search for the wind direction on TYLEE's financial.
Sure.
Okay. That's not something of the ordinary, right?
Not necessarily, sir.
Okay. But you didn't include the emails after that talked about Mr. Daybell burning some tree lip.
I didn't find that, sir.
Objection, that's a fact, not an evidence.
Sustained. There wasn't any mention of that.
Did you have any occasion to review the emails and when you prepared all of this timeline?
I was told about it, yes. That
Okay.
one I was told about.
Okay, and that's not a fact of significance. The fact that there was the fact that you checked the wind isn't really relevant to TYLEE's financial in terms of how the money was spent, right?
Not regard, excuse me. It's not regarding the financial transactions, no.
Okay. So when we're talking about TYLEE's financial, the wind direction really isn't relevant to that issue, correct?
Not to that, no.
Okay. And then, so why wouldn't you mention the fact that Mr. Daybell, if the wind issue wasn't relevant to that, why wouldn't you mention the fact that Mr. Daybell sent a text message to his wife saying that he was burning limbs the next morning, the following morning?
Because I didn't discover that, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Now, as part of this timeline, you talked about the financial situation of JJ, Lori, and TYLEE. And in none of these timelines, I see a situation or a box where it talks about Lori sort of being out of the picture for a time during these range of events. Were you aware that Lori VALLOW had temporarily relocated by herself to Hawaii around February 1st of 2019?
There are transactions that support that. She was coming and going from Arizona to Hawaii, yes.
Well, coming and going, or was she staying in Hawaii for 2
I couldn't
months?
prove that she relocated.
Okay. But you can show that she was in Hawaii at least not around the 1st of February, correct?
Yes, and so was TYLEE.
And from the whole time?
Both of them came and went.
Okay. And in 2019 also till about the end of March. Would that be consistent with what you found as well?
I would say there's transactions that support that.
Okay. Okay. And then in addition, during that time, did you have any indication of any transactions relating to JJ as to where he was during that time?
I'd have to review. I can't say right now.
Would it surprise you to learn that at about the same time frame of February 1st till the end of March that JJ VALLOW was predominantly with Charles VALLOW?
He was his father, so it wouldn't surprise me, no.
Okay. Okay. Would that have any impact? Would you be able to determine whether that being separated and the receiver of those benefits being in another part of the country and the child being with the father when the parties are separated, would that cause any financial troubles for Ms. VALLOW?
What benefits are you speaking of, sir?
As Social Security?
TYLEE was the only one receiving Social Security at that time.
On February 1st of 2019?
Correct. TYLEE was the only receiving it.
Oh, I'm sorry. There were other benefits that as a result of the death of Joseph. No, I'm sorry. You're right. That's correct. I stand corrected. Excuse me. Now, we talked a little bit on Exhibit 116, or you did, about a life insurance situation with Tammy Daybell, correct?
I did.
Okay, and on 116, you talked about the map. I think it was Map Life is what you talked about, right?
There were two. There was Life Map and Primerica.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of when the initial life insurance policy with Tammy Daybell was put into place?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Were you aware that that policy was placed, one of the $300,000 policy was put in place back in approximately 2002?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, but you don't have a recollection of that?
Not off the top of my head right now.
And you don't remember that fact? Doesn't jar any memory of that fact, correct?
Not right now, no.
Okay. But it wouldn't surprise you, but that's the case, correct?
No, she did have life insurance, correct.
Prior to. Right. And then the amount of life insurance, other than the life insurance from back in 2002 that she had, what about the life map? What are we talking about there?
You're talking specifically to the
Specifically, yes.
increase on 9/8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so initially she had a base because of the employment at the part-time employment, I guess, as a librarian, right?
Correct.
I think that's what it was. So when you start the employment, you get an initial base of about 50,000, right?
That's what it was in the beginning.
Okay, so the insurance was at 50,000, and then on 9/8 of 2019, Tammy increased that to what?
To 130.
Okay, so the increase went up 80,000.
Correct.
So initially, before Tammy started employment with the school, her insurance was 300,000,
There was 300,000 before, and then before she started school.
and
Like
that
you
was
stated.
from some time ago, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Then she started at the school, and she had to have worked there for about a year before she was eligible to increase the insurance, correct?
It was a year or two. Yes.
A year or two.
Mhm.
And
I don't know what it was per the rule, but I know it's at least a year, maybe more.
you have to put a probationary period in. You don't automatically get that insurance,
Mhm.
right?
Correct.
And that's a financial decision made by the school district, and I would anticipate, right?
That's, yeah, above me.
So then after a year, she can apply for an increase in that insurance from the total of 350 and add an additional $80,000 onto that. Right?
Yeah,
Okay, and they elected to do that, correct?
they did.
Okay. And we don't know who elected to increase that insurance, correct? You weren't part of the family at that
I
point.
wasn't
right?
there.
Okay. And what I find interesting is that typically the school year would start the beginning of September for most school districts.
Most.
Yeah. And that's usually the time when the school districts say, this is your opportunity to elect whether you want to increase your insurance or not increase your insurance, correct?
Yes.
So it's not inconsistent that during the school year, just before the start of the school year, as a librarian or a teacher in that school district, the insurance is elected to go up after she served her 1-year probationary period, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, you talked about on exhibit 776 and 774. You talked about Spring Creek and the $10,000 investment.
Mhm.
And that was money that was put in to Spring Creek. And you know what Spring Creek is, right?
Chad's book company. Yes.
And it wasn't just Chad's book company, was it? It was also Tammy's.
It would have
correct?
been Tammy's too.
It was both of theirs. So we could say that it was Tammy's book company, right?
Yes.
Or we could say it was Chad's book company, right?
Chad and Tammy.
Or what we should say is that it's Tammy and Chad's book company, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then addition, there was some money that was $8,000 payments to each of the children, correct?
The 3 older children. Yes.
Right. And then a short time after that, there was 2 vehicles, a minivan and then a black Dodge Dakota that Chad gave to each of the daughters as well, correct?
That actually took place prior. So the transfers took place on 6/9.
You're right.
The vehicles were given to the daughters on 3/8.
Right. And subsequent to that, the vehicles were given to the daughters. So now you were aware that, well, we'll move on from that. Lastly, what I want to talk to you about is the malachite rings.
Hmm.
Okay. You made a comment that they were returned. I mean, it was canceled.
Though that transaction, that one specifically was canceled. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, did you look into the size of the wedding rings in that it showed it up on the screen, the size of the wedding rings?
Well,
correct?
it said 8 millimeters, but that's the width, not the size.
Okay. Okay. And thank you for clarifying that, because that was one of my questions. Thank you. Were you aware that shortly after August 15th of 2009, Alex Cox had been proposing marriage to Zuluma Pastenes?
I don't know the date of
It's
that.
facts, not in the record.
I didn't ask him whether it was facts. I asked him whether he was aware, Judge.
Overruled.
Okay. Were you aware that shortly after that time, Alex Cox had proposed marriage to Zuluma Pastenes?
I know Alex and Zulema got married. I don't know when the proposal took place.
Okay. And then were you aware that also at the same time, Melanie Boudreau was contemplating the same thing, a marriage, shortly after that time as well? Were you aware of that?
No,
Okay. Okay. But you are aware that there's no indication through emails, text message, or otherwise that Chad Daybell was intending to marry Lori VALLOW at that point. Is that right?
in August, the wedding, no, there was nothing to implicate a wedding in August that I knew of.
Or even a proposal for marriage at that point, correct?
Not that I can verify.
Yeah. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
All right. Mr. Wood, redirect.
Mr. Douglas, we were just talking about rings. Have you ever seen pictures of Chad and Lori's wedding?
I have.
What kind of rings are they wearing?
They're malachite rings.
Defense counsel asked you about why you put on the search for the south-southwest wind.
Mhm.
Earlier, you testified that as a forensic accountant, you look into factors outside just of the finances in a case. Is that correct?
Yes,
And when you came onto this case, it was a missing children case. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And so, and defense counsel asked you about a text message Chad sent about burning limbs.
Correct.
And do you know what date that message was sent?
I believe that took place the day after on 9/9.
And what was, pursuant to your investigation, what was the last known sighting of TYLEE Ryan?
The last known sighting is 9/8.
Defense counsel asked you about the text message between Lori and Chad about the $4,000 in Social Security.
Correct.
So Mr. Daybell was aware that Lori was receiving at least $4,000 at that point in Social
At least
Security.
4,000.
Right. You testified that there's no joint account of Chad Daybell and Lori VALLOW.
Correct.
Did they live together at any point?
Yes.
Was that in Hawaii?
In Hawaii, yes.
And just finally, defense counsel asked you about, I'm going to call them burner phones that Mr. Daybell purchased. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And he asked you if that would be a good way to hide an affair.
That is correct.
Well, would that be a good way to hide a crime?
Yes, in my experience.
So in your experience as a forensic accountant, do you see people engaged in criminal activity purchasing burner phones often?
Yes.
And so if someone was having an affair and then the mistress's husband dies, and then your wife dies, and you marry that woman 10 days later, and then the next year 2 dead children are found on your property, are those the type of events that might lead someone to buy multiple burner phones?
It could.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead. You can recross on that limited scope, Mr. Pryor. At the podium, please.
And actually, two questions. The financial transactions and issues related to finances with TYLEE, Ryan, and JJ started about or around when?
The financial transactions that I was tracking with TYLEE, we got data into 2018, but my charts are indicative of January of 2019.
Okay. And then the marriage and the time they lived together in Hawaii, Chad and Lori, started when?
So they got married November 5th of 2019.
Okay, and they lived in Hawaii together until when?
Until she was arrested, I believe,
In January.
in January,
So 2 months.
2 months.
And the financial transactions prior to that went back at least a year and a half.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Mr. Douglas. Is he going to be recalled by either side?
Your Honor, at this point, he can be released from the state subpoena.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony then, Mr. Douglas. Thank you for appearing. You can go ahead and step down, and if there are any exhibits on the bench, I'll have the bailiff grab those. I don't know if there are. Okay. The state ready to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will that be?
The state will call Melanie Gibb.
Very well.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
All right, before we commence with testimony, Ms. Gibb, please make sure to answer all of the questions verbally so we make a good record. Try to avoid talking at the same time as any attorney questioning you. And I am going to inquire now that you're under oath. Have you reviewed or watched any of this trial since it started on the court's live stream?
No.
Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they gave in this trial so far? All right, with that in mind, then, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Melanie Gibb, Melanie Gibb.
Miss Gibb, do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
I do.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
I believe it was the summer of 2017.
Do you recall where you met him?
I met him at a get together that was like a camping environment.
Did you talk to him at that event?
I did.
Did you stay in close contact with him after that?
No,
Do you recall meeting an individual named Lori VALLOW?
yes.
How did you meet her?
I met her in a church building where I was given a class and she was in the audience.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I believe October 2018.
And do you recall when you met her, who approached whom?
She approached me.
When you first met her, did you end up striking up a friendship?
Yes,
And did you stay in pretty consistent contact with her, at least initially after meeting her?
yes.
Do you recall going to an event with Miss VALLOW towards the end of October of 2018?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
It was in October. I would say about a few weeks after I met Lori. And yes, we went to St. George, Utah.
Do you recall why you went to St. George, Utah?
We went for a conference.
Did anyone else travel with you and Lori to that conference?
Yes.
And do you recall who?
I can't remember their names. I think there was 6 of us, 5 or 6 of us.
Did you all travel together in the same vehicle?
Yes,
When you got there to the conference, do you recall if Mr. Daybell was there?
yes.
What was he doing there, if you know?
He was selling his books and giving a talk.
Did you approach him at any point?
Yeah, we talked.
Were you present when, or let me back up. Did you observe Mr. Daybell and Miss VALLOW together?
Yes,
Do you know if that was the first time they had met?
yes, it was.
Were you part of introducing them?
I was, we walked into the building together and I can't remember if I introduced her or if she introduced herself. I can't recall.
And when you say we walked into the building, is that referring to you and Lori?
Me and Lori and several other women.
And Mr. Daybell or Chad Daybell was already present?
Correct.
Throughout the conference, did you see Mr. Daybell again?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to observe Lori and Chad together?
I did.
What observations, if any, did you make?
They communicated a lot and they were very interested in communicating about the things that they were learning and talking about. Seemed to be friendly.
And when you say they were communicating a lot, did you see them engaged in conversation together?
I did.
Did it appear to be deep conversation?
Yes,
Did they appear to be focused on each other?
yes.
Was there anything else about it that caught your attention?
They seemed to be attracted to each other. That caught my attention.
And at the time that you're there in October, do you know if Lori VALLOW was married?
Yes, she was.
Had you ever met her husband at that point?
I had.
And who was her husband?
Charles VALLOW.
Do you know if Chad Daybell was married at that point?
Yes, I do. And he was.
And do you know who his wife was?
Tammy Daybell.
Had you ever met Tammy?
No.
After that conference, did you travel back to Arizona with Lori?
I did.
Do you recall sometime after the conference talking to her about what she and Chad discussed?
Yes.
What were some of the things she shared with you?
He shared with her, according to what she shared with me, that
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Grounds to the objection? Ms. Blake, you may respond.
Your Honor, it's a statement of a party opponent as well as a charged co-conspirator.
All right, the court does find that's an exception to the hearsay rule that applies here, so the witness can answer the question. Objections overruled.
And do you recall the question?
yes. She said that they talked about multiple lives, and I believe she talked about, how many lives that she had lived on this earth, and that she indeed was married to someone named Moroni in a previous life. Those kind of conversations. Yeah.
And prior to meeting Chad Daybell, did Lori tell you did Lori ever talk about multiple probations before that or multiple lives?
She did.
So she had some interest in that subject matter already.
Yes.
But when you talked to her about her conversation with Chad at that conference, she told you Chad gave her some additional information.
That's right.
Did she say anything regarding what Chad had told her about she and Chad?
That they had been married in previous probations.
Did Lori seem receptive of that information?
She did.
And we talked about you'd met Charles before, correct?
That's right.
Had you ever met Lori's children?
Yes,
And specifically, did you ever meet TYLEE Ryan?
I did.
Did you ever meet JJ VALLOW?
I did.
Do you recall where you met them?
In Lori's house.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Lori with her children?
I did.
What observations, if any, did you make about her and TYLEE?
They had a difficult relationship. They didn't necessarily get along very well.
And what about Lori and JJ?
I could tell she had a lot of affection for him, but he was autistic and he seemed to be very busy for her.
We talked a little bit about, you met Lori in October of 2018. And initially, how often did you two have contact?
In the beginning, it was almost daily, with the exception probably of a day or two a week. And that was probably for maybe about a month or two.
Do you recall approximately when the contact wasn't as frequent or what was going on at that time?
Yes, it was after January when she started to move around. She moved multiple times, so I couldn't keep in contact with her.
And that would be January of 2019?
Correct.
And to be clear, she wasn't moving around to avoid contact with you,
Right.
but just as she moved around,
Right.
you'd lose track of her?
Well, we wouldn't see each other. Yeah.
Did you still talk to her on the phone?
Yes.
And after that first conference in October, do you recall the next time that you saw Chad Daybell?
The next month, November 2018, he came down for a conference in Arizona.
When he came down to Arizona, did his wife come with him?
No,
And at that conference in October, did you ever see his wife Tammy there?
no.
When he came down, so he came down to a conference in November in Arizona.
That's right.
Was Lori present for that conference?
Yes.
Outside of the conference, did you see him at any other gathering?
Yes, at her house.
And when you say her house, is that Lori?
That's right.
Was her house in Arizona at the time?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about the gathering?
So the one at her house was a small group of people met before the conference. And so there was, I don't know, maybe 20 people there. And so Lori and her friends were there.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Lori and Chad together at that meeting or the gathering at her house?
Yes.
What observations did you make?
They talked often with each other. They seemed to be very interested in each other.
Did Lori at any time tell you anything about she and Chad when he was down there in Arizona?
Yes, she told me that they had been married before in previous probations.
Is that when she first shared that information with you?
I believe she shared it with me in St. George. So it's between St. George and November, she shared it.
Did she talk about going to the temple with Chad?
She did.
What did she tell you about that?
She told me that they were going to be resealed again like they had been in previous lives together.
And did she tell you that they in fact had gone to the temple?
Yes,
And that was in November, about a month after meeting each other.
that's right.
And she told you the purpose of that was so they could be sealed together again.
That's right.
At that time, was Charles still alive?
Yes,
And was Tammy still alive?
yes.
Was Charles present at the gathering at her house?
No,
Do you know where he was or did you learn where he was?
he was out of town.
Do you know what Chad did for a living?
He was a sexton and he wrote books.
With regard to his books, had you ever read any of his books?
Yes,
Do you know if Lori had read any of his books?
yes,
Did she seem interested in his books?
yes.
When Chad was there in November, do you know where he stayed?
He stayed at Lori's house.
Charles was not there.
Correct.
Did anyone else stay at her house, if you know?
Yes, there were multiple people there.
Were there any other men there?
I don't know if her brother was there, but nobody else that I know of.
And when you say her brother, do you know which brother you're referring to?
Alex.
Did you ever meet any of Lori's other brothers or her other brother?
I don't think so.
Did Lori ever talk to you about her conversations with Chad?
Yes,
Do you know, did Lori ever share with you if she turned to Chad for advice?
she did.
And we talked a little bit about the multiple lives or multiple probations already, correct?
Yes.
At some point, did Chad or Lori share more information about that with you?
Yes.
And which one of them?
They both did.
Do you know which one of them seemed to have the most understanding regarding multiple probations?
Yes, Lori would often call Chad and Chad would give her the information and then she would come back and share it with me and her other friends.
And when she would share the information, would she tell you she got that from Chad?
Yeah.
At some point, did Chad or Lori talk to you about the concept of light and dark?
Yes.
Do you recall who talked to you about that?
Lori shared it with me.
Did she tell you where she got that information from?
She got it from Chad.
What did she share with you about the concept of light and dark?
So if someone was light, they had made contracts with Jesus Christ before they came here. And if they were dark, they had made contracts and promises with Satan. And it was a different scale level of how dark or light they were.
So it was a decision before they came here to Earth? of a
Yes.
Contract?
Initially, yes.
And then with regard to the multiple probations, as you learned more about that, what did Lori share with you regarding multiple probations?
That people lived multiple times. And then she would find out, she would try to find out like when that was.
And was there some kind of a rating system or a system to easily identify if someone was light or dark or what level they were?
She would ask him and he would somehow find out. And he would find out, how many times they've been on this planet or any other planets, I guess. And he would just find that out by asking questions the way he did. And then she would share it with us.
And the he you're referring to, is that Chad?
Yes.
At some point, were people designated with a number and then either an L or a D?
Correct.
Where would those designations originate?
From Chad.
And if someone was designated a D, did that stand for dark?
Correct.
And the L was for light?
Correct.
At some point, did Lori also share with you that she believed she had a mission here on Earth?
Yes.
What did she share with you she believed her mission to be?
She felt that it was her mission to gather women to the 144,000, and that she would be the leader of it. At some point, she thought she was going to lead that.
And when we talk about the 144,000, what's that in reference to? Could you explain a little bit?
Yes, it's a biblical explanation for a certain amount of people that would go out and gather Israel in the last days and have the power and authority to do that.
So gathering people in the end times.
Correct.
Do you know where Lori got the idea or the belief that she was meant to be one of the leaders or help gather?
I think she got it from herself.
Do you know if did she ever tell you if she talked to Chad about that?
She did.
What did she tell you in relation to that, if you recall?
Well, she shared with him what she believed she was, which was the gatherer of that. And then he agreed that she was. And so he, told her that that's what her mission was.
Do you know if Lori was telling other people about light and dark and multiple probations as well?
She was.
Do you know some of the other individuals she shared that with?
Yes. Sulema, Serena, Nicole, and Christina, and Melanie, and just maybe a few other people that are not as significant.
Did she also share these ideas with Alex?
Yes.
Do you know if Chad ever shared these ideas with any of those individuals? If I may respond.
Okay, and I'll note on the record, it didn't pick up on the microphone. It's an objection based on lack of foundation. Ms. Blake, response.
Your Honor, I specifically ask if she knows. I'm asking her personal knowledge.
All right, well, she can answer the question if she knows, but not necessarily go into what she knows, because I do think there's no foundation at this point for what.
Do you know if Chad ever shared those teachings or beliefs with any of those individuals?
Yes.
And did he?
Yes.
Were you present?
Yes.
And again, when Lori would tell you these things, she would explain she received the information from Chad.
Yes.
And we talked about that gathering in November at Lori's house. Were some of these things talked about then?
Yes.
Was Chad present?
Yes.
Was Lori present?
Yes.
Were they both talking about these ideas?
Yes.
Had you heard of these concepts before?
Yes.
Had you heard of them in the way that Chad was teaching them?
No.
At the time, were you open to learning more about these things?
Yes.
Did Lori or Chad ever talk to you about if a person could switch from being light to dark or vice versa?
Yes.
What did they tell you regarding that?
That they might be light, for example, and then some maybe evil entity could enter them and then they would become dark.
So a light person could become dark.
That's right.
When they, and I say they, do you recall if it was Lori or Chad that would tell you these things?
She would tell me.
And would she tell you where she received the information?
Yes.
And-
She went to Chad with it.
Thank you. Do you recall when Lori first started talking to you about people becoming dark?
I would say sometime between January and February of 2019.
Do you recall the first person she talked to you about becoming dark, the first specific person?
Yes, it was Charles VALLOW.
Did she tell you where she received that information?
Yes, she received it from Chad.
At some point, did she talk to you more about what it meant if the evil spirit came in, like where the actual person went?
So when a dark spirit would take over, the original spirit of the person would go into the spirit world.
And that's what she originally told you.
That's right.
And did she tell you she received that information from Chad?
Yes.
So was your understanding the body of that person was still alive?
Correct.
It just had a different dark spirit in it now.
Correct.
What did Lori originally talk to you about? Was there a way to do something to help that person?
She would try to do like a casting out of an evil spirit, and and try to convince the spirit to, the evil spirit to leave.
Do you know where she got the concept of casting from?
I believe she got it from energy work.
At some point, did you learn if Charles had been designated a different name?
Yes,
What was that name?
Ned Snyder.
Do you know where that name came from?
Chad told that to Lori.
At some point, had Lori talked to you about her having a dream regarding Charles?
Yes.
What had she told you?
She said that when it was after Christmas and he was out of town, I believe he went to Texas and he took JJ. And she had a dream during that time that they were not going to come back, that they were going to get in a car accident. And that's what she saw.
And that they would be Charles and JJ?
Correct.
Did she believe Charles was going to be killed in that accident?
She did.
Was Charles killed in a car accident?
No.
Was it sometime after that that he was labeled dark?
Yes.
Judge, how about some foundation?
Your Honor, it's a question to her personal knowledge. I guess I can rephrase.
Go ahead, Ms. Blake. Thank you.
At some point, did you learn or did Lori tell you if he was labeled dark once he did not pass away in that accident?
Yes.
And again, Judge, if I could have some time, date, place.
If you'd like to lay additional foundation, you may, Ms. Blake.
Do you recall approximately when Lori told you or when you learned Charles was not killed in an accident?
January 2019.
And do you recall approximately, I think you've already said, but do you recall approximately when you were told Charles was dark?
It was, I would say, weeks after that.
And that designation came from Chad.
Correct.
And then we started talking a little bit about the idea of casting.
Right.
Did you ever participate in any castings?
I did.
Can you tell me a little bit about what would happen at the casting?
So Lori and a few of her friends would stand in a circle and then feel like they had the power and authority to cast out the evil spirit by trying to use words, I guess, like an energy work to be able to convince them to leave and hoping that the evil spirit would leave.
So would some of the individuals say a prayer?
Yeah.
Would some of the individuals talk about sending spiritual weapons or something of that nature?
Yes.
Was the person that the casting was being done on physically present?
No.
Was anyone physically touching, doing anything to, in this case, Charles?
No.
Do you recall, did you participate in the castings for Charles?
Yes.
At any point, did Lori tell you whether or not the casting was successful?
Yes.
And what did she share with you?
She would say that Ned had left, and then shortly after, she would say somebody else got in, another entity.
Do you know who told her that information or where she got it from?
Yes, she got it from Chad.
And did she tell you that?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn what would happen to the body if the casting was actually successful?
She would say that the body was supposed to die if the evil spirit left.
So in Charles' case, Ned's out and a new spirit's in.
Correct.
Do you know if there were additional castings
Yes.
in relation to Charles, I should say?
Yes.
Did you participate in any additional castings?
Yes.
Do you know if at any point the next entity or spirit was cast out of Charles, according to Lori?
Yes.
And was it?
According to her, it was
And did she tell you where she received that information?
from Chad.
And then what happened in relation to Charles when that next entity was removed, according to Lori?
Nothing happened to Charles,
Did a new entity come in?
according to her.
And Did she tell you where she learned that from?
Yes, Chad.
Was Chad ever present for any of the castings?
Yes,
Were there castings done on other individuals besides Charles that you know of?
yes.
And who were some of those individuals?
Brandon Boudreaux was one that I know of.
And did you participate in a casting on Brandon Boudreaux?
I don't know if I said anything. I was there when they did it.
Do you know if Chad was present at that one?
Yes, he was.
And who was Brandon Boudreaux?
He was Lori's niece's, which her name is Melanie's husband.
Had you met Brandon?
Yes,
At any point, did you learn if Brandon had been designated as dark?
yes,
And had he?
according to her.
Did she tell you where she received that information?
Yes, from Chad.
Do you know if any castings were ever done on Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
Were you present for them that you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you know if castings were done on TYLEE or JJ?
Not that I know of.
You were not involved in any if they were?
I don't recall any of that.
And the castings in relation to Charles, do you recall approximately what period of time those were occurring?
So sometime between January and February 2019 up until I don't know, probably before he died.
And was your understanding that if the casting was successful, the body would naturally expire?
Yes,
Were you ever told that there would be violence done to the body?
never.
Were there other individuals that were involved in the castings besides you?
Yes,
Did some of them seem to have more involvement?
yes.
And do you recall who seemed to be more involved in the castings?
Lori and Sulema seem to know the most about it.
And the casting that we talked about Chad being present for, do you recall where that would have occurred?
Yes,
Where was that?
that was in Arizona.
Are you aware when Charles VALLOW was killed?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when that was?
July 11th, 2019.
So this would have been subsequent to the castings taking place?
Yes, right, shortly after.
At some point, did you start to believe or believe that Charles may be possessed?
To some level, yes.
And how many times had you met Charles?
Just a handful times.
Would you say you knew him very well?
No, I didn't know him very well.
Is it fair to say most of the information you had about Charles came from Lori?
Yes,
Do you recall sometime in July staying at Lori's residence?
I do.
And do you recall her asking you to leave at some point?
Yes.
Why did she tell you you needed to leave?
So I woke up early in the morning and she told me I needed to leave because Charles was going to be coming down. He's driving in from Texas and that he was going to kill her.
Did she tell you anything that she was going to do, any precautionary steps she was going to take?
I believe she said that Alex was going to be there to help protect her.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Alex and Lori together?
Yes,
How would you describe their relationship or your observations?
A close brother and sister relationship.
Anything about it seems strange to you?
No, seemed normal to me.
Just close.
Yeah, really close.
And you talked about her saying Alex was going to come to protect her.
Yeah.
At any point, did you learn if someone had designated Alex as Lori's protector?
Yes.
What did you learn about that?
So as Chad would share with Lori that his mission in life, according to what he learned, was to protect Lori. That was why he came here.
So Chad had designated Alex as Lori's protector,
That's right.
and Lori was going to have Alex stay to protect her from Charles.
I believe so.
Did you ever hear Charles threaten her?
No.
Were you present when Charles was killed?
No.
At some point later, did you talk to Lori about that?
Yes.
What did she share with you about the killing of Charles?
She told me that he came in from Texas and that they were arguing, and she said he put his cell phone in the car and she grabbed it, ran in the house. He was really upset with her. They were standing around the kitchen. He was threatening her. TYLEE had a bat and she was trying to protect her mom or herself, I'm not sure. And then Charles and Alex got in a physical fight, and then Alex went to the bedroom to get his gun to defend himself.
And was it your understanding, or were you told that Alex then shot and killed Charles?
That's what that's what she told me.
And did you also talk to Alex about what had happened?
Yes.
And do you recall what he shared with you?
I believe he shared the same story. I don't remember all the detail to it, but it was the same story.
Do you recall how close in time it was after Charles' death that you talked to Lori and or Alex?
It felt like about 4 days afterwards.
When you talked to Lori and Alex, were they together?
Well, at first I talked to her on the telephone, so I don't know if he was there or not.
And then later when you talked to Alex, was Lori present?
I don't know if it was the first time I saw her or not. It could have been. Could have been the next time. I'm not really sure.
But at some point around 4 days later, you talked to both Lori and Alex.
Well, for sure her, but I can't remember when I talked to him. Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying that.
Yeah.
When you talked to Lori, it's just 4 days later, any sign of sadness?
No,
Any sign of grief?
no,
How did she seem?
happy.
When you talked to Alex, any sign of remorse?
A little thoughtful, little unsure of himself.
At some point after Charles is shot and killed, did you see Chad Daybell again?
Yes.
Did you recall approximately how long after?
So it must have been a couple of weeks after Charles's death. He was in Arizona at Lori's house.
So just a couple weeks after Charles' death, Chad Daybell's down in that house.
Correct.
Do you know at that time if Tammy Daybell was still alive?
She was.
Do you know where Chad stayed when he was back down in Arizona?
I believe it was Lori's house.
Did you have an opportunity to observe he and Lori together?
Yes.
What observations did you make?
They seemed super excited to be together. They were standing, talking to several of us at the kitchen table, and they're standing side by side and, excited to share, their future plans together.
Any sign of grief from Chad?
No.
And you talked about they were excited to share their future plans together.
Yeah.
So Chad and Lori were planning a future together?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And Tammy was still alive?
Yes.
And Judge, I'm just looking at the time here. It's almost 10. I don't know if the court wants to take a break at this point.
I
Or
was
keep
thinking anytime between now and 10:15 or whenever you feel like is a logical break point is fine.
I think this may be a logical break point.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess then. And it's right about 10, so we will resume right back about 10:30 with further testimony.
All rise, please.
Okay, so yes, that was Melanie Gibb, and what she was telling was about when she met Chad, when she met Lori, and that she met Chad first, and then met Lori at a meeting at a church building. And then they saw Chad at a book signing and where he was speaking. And that is where John Pryor said in his opening statements that Chad was just so taken by Lori's stunning beauty that he was captivated and, like unable to control himself and fell under her spell. In other words, it sounds like Chad really wrote that whole opening statement for John Pryor because it was told very much like a story, unlike the prosecutor. So with Chad writing books and things, it would be interesting. I've never read any of Chad's books. I don't want to. But somebody that could decipher that could easily tell if Chad wrote something like that for John Pryor. But anyway, and it does seem like Chad is always writing away and then showing it to John or talking to John about it. Anyway, it seemed throughout Melanie's testimony so far that Chad was like wistfully thinking about all of the meetings with Lori and all of the time they spent together. That's how he looked, and then writing down a bunch of stuff. But John Pryor is the kind that, as I said earlier, he focuses on things of little to no significance to try to deflect from the damning facts that are being shown in the courtroom. And he does remind me of that Saturday Night Live, I think it was Saturday Night Live that did that. Did you shampoo your hair today? Yeah. Okay, tell me what you did. I lathered my hair, I rinsed it, and then I put conditioner on. Wait a minute. You only washed your hair one time? Yes. Okay. I'm going to hand you this bottle. Tell me what it says. And it says, lather, rinse, repeat. Repeat! It's like he's just, you didn't do that. You don't follow procedures. You can't be trusted. But that's who John Pryor reminds me of, because he's and people think he's doing a great job because he is doing this and he's doing everything he can to create reasonable doubt or to mislead the jury. And maybe, that is what a defense lawyer is doing. And he's got a case like this where Lori's already been convicted. So I think, he's, I don't know, I think he's better than, we could take a poll, better than the defense counsel Lori had. But anyway, they've thrown Lori under the bus in this trial a lot. I really wonder what her and Chad's relationship is at this point. I don't know about that. I think they're on break until 12:30 Eastern time. Did they say they were going to take a 30-minute break? They take some pretty long breaks. Most courts take 10 or 15 minutes. They take 30 minutes. And they end their day at like 3:30 their time, right? Now we know why the court will be, and they take, I don't know if they took last Friday off. Do they take every Friday off? Do they take every Friday off? I don't know. But he's such a weasel. The lawyer or Chad? Or both? The lawyer or Chad or both? Annie B. So, what else is going on this morning? Should we take a look at, let me look at the headlines and see what else is going on. If anything else is going on, you cannot stand to hear the attorney's voice. Let's see what else is going on. If you could give the video a thumbs up. If you want to share it out, that would be wonderful. Let me see what else is going on. Oh, this is good. Ohio father shoots and kills teen daughter and pins the blame on his autistic son. That's great. I guess we could do some headlines during the break. Let's see what this is about. Let's see. Wow. Come over here. Get over there. Okay. So that man is 38 years old. Wow. He fatally shot his 15-year-old daughter and tried to point the finger on his autistic stepson. That's Kenneth Paul Farler III. Now he's facing charges of involuntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, child endangering, and gun charges in connection with the death of Kendra Farler. So, according to investigators, on April 16th in Dayton, Ohio. Is this Dayton, Ohio? Yep. Dayton, Ohio. Police got a 911 call, and a little after noon. And he said, my stepson, he's autistic. It was an accident, ma'am. He's autistic. He had no expletive idea what he was doing. Police, however, say they found discrepancies in his story. And at the crime scene, the evidence that they saw did not coincide with an accidental shooting. And let's see, the Dayton Police Department Major Brian Johns said at a press conference, and I quote, yeah, we're still going through the evidence right now, right? So I would say that it's not an accident. Even our victim was asking him to not point the shotgun at her prior to her death. That's not an accident. It's unclear how Farler obtained the firearm, but police added that no alcohol or drugs were found at the scene, and they don't know the motive. He remains behind bars without bail, and his next court date was set for yesterday. So let's see, why is that not updated? But we'll keep an eye on that. I think they have their dates wrong because they have a couple of wrong dates in there. Oh, let's see. Missing child alert for a 7-month-old Florida baby. Let's see if they found this baby. Sometimes there's a happy ending. Let me check. I'm checking X, formerly known as Twitter. Oh, it's looking like I don't see any update. Let me see. It's saying, so I'll put it up here. This is the missing child alert. Child Kancy Edwards, missing since 4/18/2024, 7 months. Male child, black hair. "18 inches in height at 7 months." Really? Biracial, brown, weight 20 pounds. Additional image, companion adult, Alexis Thomas, 22 years old, brown hair, hazel eyes, white, female, 5'4", 200 pounds. A Florida missing child alert has been issued for Kancy Edwards, last seen in the area of the 2800 block of State Road 17 north in Sebring, Florida. Last seen wearing a green onesie. The child may be in the company of Alexis Thomas, who was last seen wearing a tan shirt and unknown color shorts. Alexis has various tattoos of symbols on the fingers of her left hand. If you see her, the child, call 911 or 863-402-7235. I hope that that's the non-custodial mother, that she doesn't harm the child. Let me see here. I'm not sure that that's who that is that she's missing with. I'm just saying that. It may be. Okay. Oh, yeah, this Brian Koberger thing. I was seeing this last night when we were signing off, and a lot of channels making a huge deal. Clicks, views, and stuff, but Brian Koberger's defense plans to provide testimony that includes a cell phone tracking expert to prove Brian's alibi for the murders of the 4 University of Idaho students. John Judge had previously given Ann Taylor, Brian Koberger's defense attorney, one of them, until Wednesday to file a notice that she intended to use an alibi. Last summer, the defense said that Brian Koberger was out driving alone the night of the murders, an alibi both the judge previously said was not really an alibi. So let's see what this is here. Hang on, Sloopy. Okay. Go on over there. Okay, so State of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Mr. Koberger moved to Pullman, Washington in June of 2022. As an avid runner and hiker, he explored many areas of the Palouse. Of note, he explored, well, Hawaii Park in July of 2022, and this became his favorite location. After the school year began, Mr. Kohlberger was busy with classes and work at Washington State University, and his running and hiking decreased but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. And this is supported by data from Mr. Kohlberger's phone showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Kohlberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, as he often did, to hike and run and or see the moon and stars. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow and Idaho, including Hawaii Park. Mr. Kohlberger intends to offer testimony of Cy Ray, an expert, cell phone, cell tower, and other radio frequency curriculum attached to show that Brian Kohlberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho, on November 13th, 2022. That Brian Kohlberger's mobile device did not travel east on the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video along the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. Additional information as to Mr. Kohlberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, including additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. If not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Kohlberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. Dated 17th day of April 2024, Ann Taylor, Public Defender, signed attorney. And this is the CV for Cy Ray. Work history, the Burning Mountain Productions, DBA, doing business as Socialite Crime Club. Okay, let's look at this. Burning Mountain Productions, doing business as the Socialite Crime Club. What? President, executive, producer. Fountain Hills, Arizona. Seriously? Okay. Prior to that, LexisNexis Special Services, Inc. Director. These sound like businesses he set up himself, right? Look at all these businesses. Let's look. We'll have to look these up. And then that was in Washington D.C. And then ZetX Inc. And that's in Chandler, Arizona. Look at this moving around here. 2013 to 2021. Then the Gilbert Police Department. Okay, so he originally worked for the Gilbert Police Department. Well, why did he leave the Gilbert Police Department, I wonder. Sergeant Officer SWAT, and then Phoenix Training Council owner-trainer, Sholo Police Department. Now, Sholo is where that cabin where one of those Gilbert goons, Talon Renner, was staying while his hands healed, Sholo. And then Military Professional Resources. He has 20 years of law enforcement experience, 5 years of patrol operations, 13 years of criminal investigations, 10 years of an expert witness. Look at that. 10. So, you got to be careful with expert witnesses. I wonder what he's getting paid to testify, right? Testified over 100 times. Okay, I'm sure he did. Criminal investigations, over 1,000 death investigations, gang-related homicides, murders by organized crime syndicates, cartels, investigations of officer use of force and suspected use of force against officers, complex case designation, over 150 robbery investigations, including gang-related robberies. Specialty training in reference to criminal investigations, bullet trajectory and gunshot wound patterns, blood spatter interpretation, crime scene management and processing, cell phone analysis, interviewing and interrogation, provided instruction to military units in reference to tactile questioning and interviewing techniques, terrorism investigation to response to terrorist threats, activities, kidnapping, specifically as it pertains to organized crime, narcotics investigations, recruiting, managing, and directing confidential informants. Okay, and then specialty training in reference to SWAT, high-risk surveillance and street jumps, instructor in Arizona for both tactile elements and investigative elements, SCBA certified for tactile environments, cellular tracking and operations in a tactile environment, undercover operations, mentored 10-man undercover Afghan police team targeting IED cells operation in a battlefield. Okay, let's say this ZX Corporation, development and implementation of a national cell tower database for the United States. Database has coverage areas defined for each sector, over 3.1 million coverage overlays, extensive RF mapping and link budget analysis completed in multiple environments, automated call, detailed record processing, instructor. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's check this ZX Corporation, shall we? Okay, ZX. Corporation. It's funny, ZX, okay. Let's see here. Isn't this funny? Let's look at this. Here's what comes up. Colorado Spring Gazette. Colorado judge finds C, and this is in quotations, of unreliability in the cell phone, hold on, mapping data used by police. Okay, so C of unreliable. Let's see what, and then you go to that, and I can't read the rest of that. Let's see what else we have. Cy Ray is the founder of ZX Corporation and the lead RF engineer in 10-2 technology. Cy's entrepreneurial career with ZX began after serving 20 years. Okay. Merry Talk. Let's see. 20 years in law enforcement, where he spent time as a SWAT operator, homicide sergeant, and directing fugitive missions. Cy established ZX in 2014 as a one-stop shop for law enforcement as it pertains to cellular geolocation mapping, analysis, and training. The software he designed currently leads the industry in geolocation mapping of RF data. While devoting his career to bringing advanced training and investigative technology to law enforcement, Cy is a subject matter expert in the field of geolocation mapping and identifying target sets. In his free time, Cy enjoys spending time on his family's ranch in southern Arizona and penning early drafts of a book he intends to have published. Okay, let's see. There's not a lot. The only thing I see, U.S. Marshals act like local police with more violence. Let's see what this is. This mentions him. Let me see here. I'm trying to see where this is from. why he's mentioned here. I'm trying to see what, I've just pulled up an article here and I'm trying to see where he's mentioned in here. Okay, so this is from the news, 12 News, NBC. And it says, the Mesa Police Department wouldn't say whether it ever disciplined Pizzelle, but police there rarely face consequences for using excessive force. Federal prosecutions are also rare and face a high bar. Officers could be convicted only if they willfully deprived someone of their civil rights. Pizzelle now contracts with an Arizona company, ZX, teaching officers how to catch fugitives by tracking their cell phones. Cy Ray, ZX owner, said Pizzelle's classes are about keeping cops safe. My perspective is he's a great guy. Ray wrote in an email, on the other hand, if I brutally killed someone, had a warrant for my arrest, and didn't want to be held responsible for my actions, I would not like him, not one bit. Pizzelle also has his own consulting business, 5-8 Group. Okay. But then it says, until our reporters inquired about it, the company's website and social media accounts boasted about his shooting record and plugged coming classes. It also sold $25 t-shirts with the company's logo on the front. On the back is what the website described as a motto to live by for armed professionals, written by Ernest Hemingway in 1936. There is no hunting like the hunting of a man, and those who have hunted armed men long enough and liked it never cared for anything else thereafter. That's referring to that Pizzelle. Let's see, who is Pizzelle? Detective Michael Pizzelle spent his last 7 years on a suburban police force amassing a body count. He was involved in shootings that wounded 2 people and killed 5, including a teenage girl who died when he fired into a car she was riding in. Pizzelle faced no public consequences. He retired in 2018 at the age of 47 and started to collect a pension of $62,220 a year. Today, he trains police officers around the country to follow the kind of advice he shared on Instagram. Be polite, be professional, have a plan to kill everyone you meet. Wow. That's this Pizzelle. And so let me go back now, knowing that. Is it Pizzelle that contacted this Cy Ray guy? Yeah, Pizzelle now contracts with an Arizona company, ZX, teaching officers how to catch fugitives by tracking their cell phones. And Cy Ray said, my perspective is he's a great guy. Okay. See what else we have. What is this about? Ann Taylor, public defender. Okay. Very crazy. Here's something else. January 28th, 2021, testifying on Tuesday were employees of ZX Corporation, a company that analyzes cell phone data. Michael Fegley of ZX. So what was this for? Let's see what this was for. Oh, let's see. Okay, here we go. This was for what? Cell phone? Danielle Wood. The trial of Danielle Wood, a former Thompson Falls resident charged with deliberate homicide in the 2018 death of Matthew LaFreniere. It says, testifying Tuesday were employees of ZX, company that analyzes cell phone data. Michael Fegley of ZX told the jury that he used phone records, both from Verizon and Google, and security video footage and photos of the defendant's car to track Wood's movements throughout the course of the day from May 2nd, the date in which the victim was killed, as well as the month prior. And Fegley testified that data showed Wood traveled to Hamilton and Missoula in April of 2018. In Missoula, a track phone with a number ending 0063 was activated. That number has been linked to text messages sent to both Wood and the victim's cell phones. Fegley said that a call was made from Wood's phone to track phone customer service a matter of minutes before the track phone was activated with the number ending 0063. Okay. So what are they saying? During Fegley's presentation, defense attorneys questioned the time of text messages sent between the cell phones. Okay. It's concerning to think any of these exhibits were composed hastily, defense attorney stated. So they look like they've been, just going out in criminal cases and expert defense witnesses. Use ZX. Here's another one. United States versus Snipes criminal who will testify to using the ZX tracks. Cyray, the expert witness. Right? He was a key witness for the prosecution at the Thomas Clayton Michael Beard murder trial. But he runs a production and podcasting company now. He's not an actual engineer. And the LexisNexis hired him in 2021. ZX ceased to exist as a company at that time, but LexisNexis kept the Trax TRAX name. LexisNexis. Oh boy. Okay, and self-described toast was discredited by a Colorado district court. Yeah, that's the article that I read. So, yeah. Let's see. And another judge found Trax granularity analysis to be unreliable and inadmissible, calling it obviously wrong and not close to reality. Okay, analysis of mobile phone geolocation methods used in U.S. courts. This is Hold on one second. Okay, so that was great news. My card just went in. It was supposed to be just a little thing, but it's $1,000. That's good. Okay. So this was, let's see, on the geolocation. I'm looking at this. You can pull it over and show you what I'm looking at. This right here. I believe this. Here, granulation. Here, right here. Okay, here we go. A puzzling implementation of granulation method that was allowed in numerous court cases lately is the tool TRAX by a company named ZX. Their method of showing coverage when only the antenna location and azimuth are given, CID case, is unscientific in two ways. Firstly, TRAX in CID cases provides estimates of the sector coverage area by overlaying a radiation pattern of an unspecific antenna model on the underlying maps. The pattern is always the same, independent of the azimuth configuration in the neighboring sectors, its beam width, tilt, gain height, terrain, morphology, etc. This has no foundation whatsoever in the science of RF engineering as discussed in section 8. So that's not sounding great about that, right? Second, and even more problematic aspect of TRAX sector coverage presentations is that they often show theoretical and practically impossible sizes of these unacceptable shapes. Sounds like junk science, right? And down here it says it should be viewed as just an illustration because the sector powers and antenna models were not available, only their beam widths, but it clearly indicates that neither the shape nor the ranges of the TRAX estimates can be close to reality. The TRAX sector ranging algorithm is unpublished. The authors of TRAX give only vague indications that it is based on call density in the area and extensive driving testing data. When their algorithm was finally disclosed in a court hearing on the admissibility of the TRAX evidence, it was disclosed that the algorithm scales an unspecified antenna radiation pattern so that its maximum range is set to the arithmetic mean of the distances to the 3 nearest cells. If there's any doubt that this represents granulation, the original court ruling about the inadmissibility of this method defined it as a method that estimates the range of each antenna's coverage based on the proximity of the tower to the other towers in the area. Once the algorithm was disclosed, it became possible to estimate its accuracy. The ZX website authors claim that TRAX is unrivaled with 98% cell site mapping and ranging accuracy. Their definition of mapping accuracy would have been clear had the track's authors provided any statistical data analysis results for their claim. No such data appears to be available, nor was any offered in court, but ranging accuracy could mean that range estimates are accurate for 98% of all sectors, or that they are on the average within plus or minus 2% of the actual range. Okay, so that's not looking good, kind of deceptive, right? The probability that the foam was in the area represented by blobs produced by tracks is hard to gauge because we generally do not know the distribution of the subscribers in any particular area, blah, 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 blah. So that's not too promising on their stuff, right? But, you know, this is over a lot of people's heads, and if they, who knows, right? I don't know. So I don't know. Let me see where you guys are if you're even around here. Hey there. Hi, Lisa Hobbs. Hi, everybody. Okay. Court's going to be back. Should be back. Aren't they back? What are they doing? I thought they were going to be back. They're still not back? No. It's 12:40. Hi, Jen Grill. What the heck? See, I told Jimmy yesterday, I said, that's probably going to be about $1,000. And he goes, oh, no, it shouldn't be. It should be a few $100s. Carolyn's always right. Not always, but come on. You sent me an email? Okay. I will check it out. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. We have the jurors brought back in, please.
rise, please. The jury is present and accounted for.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I'll note that the witness, Ms. Gibb, is still under oath. The state's continuing with direct examination. We just concluded our mid-morning recess. It went slightly longer than anticipated. I had a matter I took up with counsel on a sidebar that was reported in the case. I believe we're ready to commence then with further examination. And Ms. Blake, just for scheduling purposes, we do want to take a lunch break today, approximately noon, if that works out with your scheduling.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll watch the clock.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Ms. Gibb, before we took the break, we'd been talking about the killing of Charles and your observation shortly after that. Prior to Charles' death, did you and Lori have conversations about her relationship with Chad?
Yes. Yes.
Do you recall if she shared with you the nature of their relationship?
Yes.
And what did she share with you, if you recall?
That they really loved each other. They had been in multiple lives. They had missions together. That there was some physical affection, contact.
And this was when Charles was still living as well?
Yes.
And we talked about when Chad came back down, or when Chad came down to Arizona after Charles had been killed, Lori and Chad talking about plans for a future together.
Right.
Did that include talk of the missions that you just referenced?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe we already went over that before the break. If you'd like me to go over it again.
If that's a objection, then it's overruled.
And she shared with you that there was some kind of physicalness within their relationship.
Correct.
Did she tell you whether or not she thought that was okay because they were both married?
Yes. She said that every time she would get together with Chad, she would always ask Jesus if what was acceptable or appropriate that she could interact with Chad.
And if she felt she had the affirmation that it was okay, then she would do it?
I assume.
Did she tell you where they would meet up?
Hotels.
Did you ever talk to Chad or Lori about whether either of them were seeking a divorce?
Yes.
What did you learn in relation to that?
I asked why weren't they getting a divorce, and she told me that if Chad were to seek after a divorce, that he would be in trouble with Jesus, that he would lose his exaltations.
Did she tell you where she got that information?
She got it from Chad.
Do you know if Charles had started any divorce proceedings?
Oh, yes, I believe so.
But Lori didn't.
Correct.
Did you ever see Lori with more than one phone?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many phones you saw her with?
3.
Did she ever tell you anything about why she had 3 phones?
One was her own personal phone, and then one was she just had a connection with Chad through the other phone, and I'm not sure about the other one.
So one of the phones was to communicate with Chad.
Yes.
Did you ever learn if Chad had more than one phone?
I remember she saying he had a special phone just for her, but that's all I remember.
Did Lori ever share with you how often she and Chad were in contact?
It was mostly daily. I'm sure there was times where she said, she couldn't contact him for certain reasons, but mostly it was daily.
And would that have been approximately since they met that they stayed in that type of contact, if you
Yeah.
know?
Yes, that I know of.
And we talked about Lori telling you Chad had shared with her that they'd been married in prior lives.
That's right.
Did she ever tell you specific names that they had in prior lives or who they were?
Yes.
What were some of those that she shared with you?
I'm trying to remember her names. I'm not remembering her names. I remember certain positions though.
And what were those positions?
She was married to Moroni, and she was married to James, and she was she was Chad's wife, but he was James, and she was, I think, Elena. And then Chad was considered to be Methuselah, and she was his daughter, I believe, but I don't remember a name. Seemed like there was another time she was a lady that was married to a relative of Joseph Smith, but I can't recall her name right now. I can't, and there could have been another one. I'm just not recalling it.
And when you say you remember positions, were those biblical or figures within some scriptures?
Yes.
When she was Elena, do you know who Chad was supposed to have been in that life?
James, one of the apostles of Jesus Christ.
And is that one of the times that they were married in a previous life?
Yes.
Did she tell you where she learned that information?
From Chad.
Did she ever tell you how Chad would get his information?
She said that he would sit in his portal and ask questions.
Did you ever see the portal that was referenced?
Yes. Oh, well, not his, but hers. Yeah.
And what did you observe in relation to Lori's portal?
It was nothing but, just a spot in her closet. I mean, it didn't look like anything. She just considered it her portal, but it looked like just a regular space.
And who told her that was a portal?
Chad told her and taught her about it.
Had Lori ever talked to you about portals before meeting Chad?
I can't recall.
Do you recall when the last time you saw TYLEE was?
In Arizona, July or August of 2019.
And after Charles' death, at some point, do you recall Lori leaving Arizona?
Yes.
Do you know where she relocated?
She relocated to Rexburg.
Did she ever talk to you about why she left to Arizona to go to Rexburg?
Yes, she wanted to be with Chad and start their missions together.
Do you know whose idea it was for her to go to Idaho? Did she share that with you?
I can't remember if it was hers or both of theirs.
But she wanted to go to be with Chad.
Correct.
And when she left to go to Idaho, to the best of your knowledge, was Tammy still alive?
She was.
We had talked about people being light and dark, Do you recall if Lori ever said anything to you in relation to TYLEE and whether or not what her level was or her rating?
She did say she was dark at some point. I don't remember the rating.
Do you know who gave her that information?
I'm guessing it was Chad. I don't remember.
Generally speaking, would she tell you she turned to Chad for these answers?
Yeah.
Did you know of anything else Chad used to get answers?
Yes, one time I saw him with a pendulum.
And do you recall what the pendulum looked like?
It was gold, I think, or brass, and it had like a pointiness to the bottom of it and like a string.
Do you recall when you saw that?
That was in February of 2019.
Do you recall where you were?
Yeah, I was here in Boise, Idaho.
And do you recall why you were in Boise?
Yeah, there was a conference that weekend that I came to.
Do you recall who was present with you that you associated with at that conference?
Yes, Chad was there, and Sulema, Serena, and Audrey. And there were a lot of other people, but that was in the little small circle of friends.
Were those the individuals around when you saw the pendulum?
Right, correct.
I didn't hear you mention Lori. Was she there?
No,
Do you know where she was?
she was in Hawaii, I believe.
When Lori moved to Idaho, do you recall who went with her?
JJ and TYLEE and Alex. He was either there before or after. I don't know. I know at some point he was up there.
So Alex, her brother, moved around the same time she did?
Yes,
And this is after Charles has been killed, correct?
correct.
And it's after Chad has told Alex that he's Lori's protector. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Do you recall if you ever spoke to Lori after she'd moved to Idaho?
Yes,
Do you recall if you heard anyone in the background when you talked to her?
yes, she was in her apartment playing games with Alex and TYLEE.
So you heard TYLEE in the background
I
when
did.
you talked to her?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
August or September, not sure.
Would it have been shortly after they'd moved to Rexburg?
Yes, they just moved in.
At some point after Lori and Alex and the children moved to Idaho, did you end up visiting Lori?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
The weekend of September 22nd,
And was that of 2019?
correct.
Do you recall why you ended up coming to Idaho during that weekend?
Yes, there was a conference in town, and then I was going to record a podcast with her.
Had you and Lori recorded podcasts before?
Yes,
When you came to Idaho, where did you end up staying?
at Lori's house.
And did you drive or fly, do you recall?
I flew.
Who picked you up at the airport?
Lori.
When you got to Lori's house during that weekend, who was present?
Alex was there and JJ was there. And then occasionally Chad would come over.
And then was there an individual named David Warwick that also ended up there?
Oh, yes.
And who was David Warwick?
He's my husband now.
And at the time?
He was my boyfriend.
Do you know if Alex had his own apartment as well?
Yes,
And he did,
he did.
but he would be at Lori's at times?
Yes.
I didn't hear you say anything about TYLEE. Did you ever see TYLEE when you arrived in Idaho?
No.
Did you ask Lori at any point where TYLEE was?
Yes.
What were you told?
I was told that she was at the BYU Idaho campus at school, and she got roommates with some girls that she was able to get her in.
Did Lori talk any more about TYLEE while you were there?
No,
Did you ever see TYLEE come visit?
no,
Ever hear Lori on the phone with her?
no.
Do you know whose room you stayed in while you were there?
TYLEE's.
Were a lot of TYLEE's items in the room?
Nothing was in there. That was clothing or anything, just furniture.
Did Lori talk to you about JJ while you were there?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that the day before I arrived that he became dark.
So previously she'd told you TYLEE was dark,
Correct.
correct?
Yeah.
And now JJ was dark.
Correct.
Did you observe JJ that weekend?
Yes.
Did you observe any behaviors that caused you concern?
No.
Do you recall her telling you why she believed he was dark?
Either Chad told her or she figured it out herself. I'm thinking it was Chad, but I'm not remembering.
And Chad was present at times that weekend,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Was he present when there was talk of JJ being dark?
It's possible.
Did you ever observe any interactions between JJ and Chad while you were there?
Yes.
And what were those?
JJ seemed to be upset, and so Chad took him upstairs with him, and they went into
All right, I'll construe that as an objection based on foundation. Ms. Blake?
Ms. Gibb, do you recall approximately when in your visit the interaction occurred?
I feel like it was Thursday, like I got there on a Wednesday, I believe. I feel like it was the next day.
And I guess for reference, how long were you there at Lori's?
From Wednesday to Monday morning.
So best of your recollection, this is around your second or your first full day there.
I think so.
And if you could go ahead and tell us again what you observed.
Okay. He took him upstairs, and then after a period of time, he came back downstairs. I believe he was holding his hand, and that's what I observed with them.
Did you observe any injuries to Chad?
He had a red scratch on his neck.
Did he tell you how he got that?
I asked him, and he said that JJ had scratched him.
Had you seen many interactions between Chad and JJ before that?
No.
When you were there, you talked about Chad coming and going. Did he stay the night to the best of your knowledge?
No, I never noticed that.
And this weekend that you're there, Tammy was still alive, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Chad talk about Tammy?
A little bit.
Do you recall what you heard?
Chad and David Warwick were speaking at the island, and David was asking him questions about Tammy, and Chad said, please don't share this with anybody, my relationship with Lori. And so David asked questions about the relationship he had with Tammy.
Ms. Blake, objection based on foundation.
Your Honor, I think she's recalling events from that weekend. So we do have a narrowed time frame. I can ask a follow-up question, but it's based on her personal knowledge.
I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask additional foundational questions, Ms. Blake.
Do you recall approximately when you heard this conversation between David and Chad during your stay?
It would have been on the weekend because David was there already. He didn't come in until Friday, so could have been like on a Saturday or Sunday.
So sometime around Saturday or Sunday.
Yes.
And what did you hear Chad say about Tammy?
That she was a good wife, I believe. I'm not recalling right now what he said.
Do you recall him ever mentioning that he was going to divorce her?
Never heard that.
Ever hear him talk about getting separated?
No.
Did you observe Chad and Lori interact while you were there?
Yes.
Did you observe them interact several times through your stay?
Yes.
What were your observations of their interactions?
They seemed to be a couple that was close and loved each other. There was affection, hugging. I saw her kiss him on the cheek. They were singing together, maybe a little dancing.
So affectionate with each other.
Yes.
Do you recall ever seeing them act affectionate outside of the apartment?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
We were walking around the campus and they were holding hands.
Campus is pretty broad, Ms. Blake.
When you refer to campus, do you know which campus that was?
The BYU, Idaho.
All right.
The BYU Idaho campus is what you said?
Yes.
I'm going to pause so you can take a drink.
Thank you.
And do you recall approximately when you went and walked the track during your time in Idaho?
It was really in the beginning, so it was either Wednesday night or Thursday night.
And what did you observe between them at the BYU Idaho track?
Very affectionate and loving towards each other.
Did you ever ask them or did they ever say anything to you about that?
I asked them if they were concerned, if they were worried if Tammy might see them together, and she let me know that Tammy, wasn't aware of his personal life like that, where he went.
But again, no indication of divorce or separation.
Correct.
Did Lori ever talk to you about September 22nd having any kind of special meaning to her?
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She told me that it was an anniversary for her of when she saw Moroni in the temple.
And do you recall the last time you saw JJ?
It was the Sunday night, the 22nd.
What was happening the last time you saw him, if you remember?
I was in the house, Lori's house, and I was doing a recording with Lori and David, and Alex walked in the door holding JJ on his shoulder and was taking him to bed. He had fallen asleep.
And did you see where Alex put JJ to bed?
No,
Do you know which room JJ normally slept in?
he often slept with his mom in the corner of her room. There was a little spot that she would put a bed in there for him, but he also had his own bedroom too.
Did he sleep in his bedroom that night?
No,
And how do you know that?
because I was in that bedroom, then JJ's bedroom, so he wasn't in there.
And you talked earlier, you were going to stay in TYLEE's room.
Right.
Can you tell us why you ended up in JJ's room?
So I was, slept often in TYLEE's room. And then when David got there, him and we were in the same room that night together talking and reading scriptures and going to bed.
So did David have his things in JJ's room?
Yeah.
So was it your understanding JJ was put to bed in Lori's room that night?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened that night out of the ordinary?
David woke up with a just a panic. He had a really bad dream, like a nightmare, and he was very disturbed by it. And I asked him, what was going on, what he experienced. And so I was concerned, and I thought I could call out and see if I can get some help from Lori and Chad to see if they could give him a priesthood blessing of comfort.
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first word. Should give him a what blessing?
Priesthood blessing.
Did you in fact try to contact Chad?
Yes.
How did you try to contact him?
Text or phone call.
Did he respond?
No.
And would this have been in the early morning hours?
Sometime in the early morning.
Did you attempt to make contact with Lori?
Yes.
And how did you try to do that?
The same, text and phone call. And then I went to her room to see if she was there, and it was locked.
Did she respond to the text or phone call?
No.
And then her bedroom door was locked.
Correct.
You have no way to know who was on the other side?
No.
Did anyone ever open the door for you?
No.
And you said that was on the 22nd.
Correct.
Did you see JJ the next day?
No.
Did you ever see JJ again?
No.
After Charles was killed, did Lori ever share with you how she was going to survive financially?
She talked about money she received from JJ from his Social Security. She talked about, and let's see, she talked about, I think, like, was it Social Security for Charles, and then we talked about insurance a little bit, but I'm not sure if that's what you're thinking of.
So, do you know if she ever received any life insurance for Charles?
I don't think so.
So, to the best of your knowledge, she was living off the Social Security money.
Yeah, to my knowledge.
Do you know if Lori ever got a job when she came to Idaho?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did she ever tell you that she had a job lined up and that's why she was moving to Idaho?
No.
At some point, did Lori talk to you about some struggles with JJ?
Yes.
What did she share with you about that?
She said that he was acting out more as far as the weekend that I was there in September, that he was acting like he was possessed. He was, 1 minute he would be upset. 1 minute she would say he was talking very intelligent. Just a variety of different behaviors. She seemed troubled by it, that he had been taken over by evil spirit, that he was upsetting. I don't know. She just seemed kind of upset by it.
Did she ever indicate any kind of a plan of how she was going to handle that?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said that she wanted Kay to have JJ.
Did she ever talk to you about a plan to get JJ to Kay?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said that she wanted to meet together with her in the airport and talk to her about her, like she had cancer or something like that. And that if she would take him or a relative that was close by to Kay's family, that would take him.
And did Lori talk to you about coming up with what to tell Kay to get her to take JJ?
Yeah, we talked about that.
And did you help her come up with an idea to tell Kay that Lori was sick and so she needed Kay to take JJ?
She was throwing different ideas out with me, and so we talked about that kind of scenario. Yeah.
Was it your understanding that Lori actually did in fact contact Kay? Is that what she told you?
Yes, she did.
Did she tell you that in fact she had given JJ to Kay?
She did.
And we go back to the last time you saw JJ is the night of September 22nd.
Yes.
That next morning, did Lori say anything in relation to where JJ was that day?
I believe she said that David remembers this more than I do, but that he was with Alex that morning.
And is it sometime after that that Lori leads you to believe that she sent JJ to be with Kay?
Yes.
Did Lori talk to you about how she transferred JJ to Kay, the custody?
Yes.
And how was that?
She said they met up in the Salt Lake City airport and she took JJ.
And we'd talked, actually, let me back up. Sometime later so you're there in September.
Mhm.
Did you continue to be in contact with Lori after that trip?
Yes.
Did you ever hear JJ in the background on any phone calls?
No.
Do you recall getting a call from Chad sometime in November of
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were when you got that call?
Yes, I was in Utah.
Do you recall approximately when it was?
I felt like it was like 2 or 3 days before Thanksgiving.
Do you recall what Chad told you or why he was calling?
Yes.
And why was that?
He told me that the Rexburg police were going to call me and ask about JJ.
What, if anything, did he tell you to do in regards to that?
He asked me not to pick up the phone and talk to them.
Did he tell you why he thought the police were going to call you?
Because he said that Lori had told the police that I had JJ.
How did Chad sound in that phone call?
Nervous.
Did you have JJ?
No.
Did you ask Chad where JJ was at that time?
I said, he's not with Kay, and he said no.
And prior to that, where had Lori told you JJ was?
He was with Kay.
Did Chad tell you anything else that you recall?
He said that Lori would shortly be calling me after that, but she was talking to the police. I can't remember right now everything else. It was very brief.
Do you recall if Chad indicated where he was when he placed that phone call?
I don't recall.
Did you learn at some point where Chad and Lori were? What state?
Oh, Idaho.
Did Lori, in fact, end up reaching out to you?
She did.
Do you recall what she told you?
When she answered the phone, or when I answered the phone, she was very positive and upbeat, as if everything was okay. And she said that she was protecting TYLEE and JJ because Kay was and others were trying to kidnap him, so that's why. And she told me to go to a Frozen movie and take a picture to act like there's other kids like I had him.
And did law enforcement, in fact, try to reach out to you?
They did.
Did you answer initially?
Initially, no.
Do you recall at any point if Lori, Alex, or Chad had told you anything regarding law enforcement?
At some point, yes. I can't remember the beginning, but I remember having a phone conversation with Alex, or maybe it was in person, that the police had come to his house and Melanie's house to ransack his house. And they came questioning, asking about where JJ was.
At any point were you told whether or not law enforcement were dark?
Yes.
And what were you told in regards to that?
I remember Alex saying they were considered dark translated beings.
And again, who was it that was able to determine if someone was dark, from your understanding?
From my understanding, it was Chad.
So initially, you don't answer the call from law enforcement. Why was that?
Because I was absolutely did not know and understand what to do about it.
At some point, did you end up talking to law enforcement?
I did.
What did you initially tell them in relation to JJ?
So when I called Gilbert Police, I initially told them I had JJ, but then I didn't have him. He was back with Lori.
So initially, you complied a little bit with what Lori had asked. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Yes.
At some point, did you make contact with law enforcement again?
Yes.
And did you end up making contact with them through an attorney?
Initially.
Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
So right after I discovered that I needed to go talk to the police, the day I was going to go, I had a phone call from a friend who I hadn't talked to in about a year or two. He was an attorney, happened to be an attorney, and he felt impressed. He told me to call me out of the blue. I mean, no knowledge of this case had been revealed to the public, so he wouldn't have known to call me. And then I felt to share a little bit about what was going on. And so he said, I should probably do a child, what do they call that? I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name.
Are you thinking welfare check?
Welfare check. And I really wasn't sure what that meant because I've never been involved in that kind of dynamic before. So, yeah.
And did that friend of yours, the attorney, reach out to law enforcement and request a welfare check?
Yes.
At this point in time, did you have concerns about JJ's well-being?
Yes.
Did you have concerns about TYLEE's well-being?
Yes.
Did you end up sitting down with law enforcement later and telling them more about in regards to whether or not JJ was ever with you?
Yes. I told him everything.
And did you do that without an attorney?
Yes.
And did you in fact tell them JJ had never been with you?
Correct.
Did you learn who had made or who had initially reported the children missing?
I'm sorry. Can you?
Did you ever learn who had reported the children or JJ missing?
Are you referring to like maybe Kay contacting the police? Is that what
Yes.
you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you learn that?
I think so. I think so.
So originally Lori told you she'd given JJ to Kay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then later she told you Kay was going to try to kidnap JJ.
Right.
Did Lori disclose the location of JJ to you at that time?
No.
At some point, did you end up, or let me back up. After those calls from Chad and Lori around Thanksgiving, did you have further contact with Chad and or Lori?
So after, yes. After I went to Arizona for Thanksgiving, and Dave and I pulled over and called them because we were really concerned and wanted to have a prayer. We were worried about everybody. So that was a few days later.
And did Chad or Lori answer?
We called both of them. So
And they were together?
yes.
In that conversation, did Chad or Lori tell you where JJ was?
They didn't tell me where he was.
At some point, did you end up talking to Alex?
Yes.
And did you talk to Alex about your concerns with JJ?
I did.
Do you recall what Alex told you?
Yes. I asked him.
Judge, could I have some foundation as to when this conversation supposedly took place?
Objection based on foundation, Ms. Blake.
I'll ask some additional questions.
Thank you.
Do you recall approximately when you spoke with Alex about your concerns?
I think it was the day or two after Thanksgiving.
Do you recall where you spoke to him?
Yes, it was in Arizona, and we were behind the house that he just moved into, which was Sulema's house. There's a field there. We were walking and talking, and that's where I asked him.
Do you recall if anyone else was present for that conversation?
Melanie was there, and then shortly after that, Sulema showed up.
So, and when you say Melanie, was that Lori's niece?
Yes.
And what did Alex tell you in relation to where JJ was or to your concerns for JJ?
I just said, do I want to know where JJ was? And he said no. And then he proceeded to tell me about the police coming to their apartment, and I didn't understand why they would do that. So we talked a little bit about that.
But when you asked if you wanted to know where JJ was, his response was you didn't want to know.
That's right.
At some point, did you end up making a phone call to Chad and Lori on December 8th of 2019?
Yes.
Who was present when you made that phone call?
No one.
Did you record the phone call?
Yes.
Was someone there recording it for you?
No.
What device did you use to record it?
Cell phone.
Had law enforcement ask you to make this phone call?
No.
And you did in fact record it?
Correct.
Judge, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 42. It's a jump drive. I have a copy for counsel. And I would request to publish the first portion for identification purposes only.
All right. Before it's
I have one.
published, of course, we'll go through the question of admissibility. Mr. Pryor, is there any objection to Exhibit 42 being admitted?
I would have preferred a little more foundation, Judge, but at this point, I'm going to stipulate to the admission of the exhibit and allow her to move forward.
Okay, Exhibit 42 is admitted, but pending an additional or a first proffer that it is actually the exhibit Mr. Pryor believes it in the court improperly marked. In other words, Ms. Blake, if you just start a portion of it and let everyone confirm it's the call you're referring to.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that was actually my intention in order to lay more foundation. And it wants to give me difficulties. Let me try one of the other discs. Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
You may.
Sorry about that technical problem. I think I have it figured out. Not just. Okay, hopefully third time's a charm.
No.
I'm going to pause there briefly. Were you able to hear that?
Mhm.
Do you recognize the voice on there? And whose voice is that?
Fine.
And do you recognize this as the recording that you made on December 8th of 2019? Your Honor, I believe with the additional foundation, this may be, or I'd move for the admission of this exhibit.
All right, I've previously admitted it. May it be published, Mr. Pryor?
Yeah, there's no judge. You're right. You've already admitted it, so it can be published at this point.
Okay, before we do that, I am gonna maybe suggest we get a handheld microphone if one's readily available. We weren't getting great audio off of the mic on the stand there, Ms. Blake.
You have an extra disc or something? One that's not being used with anything else on it? Just put it on that and see. It'll take me a minute. Yeah, me too. I'm a lot slower.
And Your Honor, I think I had forgotten to turn the mic on again, so we'll see if it plays through and if it picks up better.
Okay.
And I am calling Chad Daybell's phone number. And hopefully I will be talking to both of them, Chad and Lori. So here goes the phone call.
Speak now, honey.
Hi, Chad. Hey, Lori.
Hey, let me put on speaker.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We're enough with the phone. How are you guys?
Okay, how are you doing, babe?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I was wondering, where are you guys?
We're just hanging out.
Hanging out? Are you in Idaho?
We're in Idaho.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind, Lori.
Yeah,
I want to know, you remember we talked about JJ going to Kay's house, and you told me they went there, and now he's not there? I was wondering what happened.
well, I had to move him somewhere else because of her actions. So,
Was she doing something? Like, was she trying to come get him or something, or like trying to kidnap him?
well, she said that lots of times before, but,
Okay, when I asked Chad the other day, I was like, hey, where is JJ? And he said, for my security, he didn't want me to know. So is there a reason I should be in danger to know where he is?
no, it's nobody. It's his danger. It's the danger that there's people after me.
Okay.
We just felt that if you knew, that puts you in a danger.
Well, just in a bad position.
Yeah, bad position.
Everybody, if they don't know anything, then they don't have to say they know.
Right, so you're just worried. Okay.
I'm just to keep him protected and
keep you protected.
and keep everybody else.
I appreciate that. Well, I was wondering why you told the police why he was with me.
I just needed to have somebody that so I wouldn't have to tell them where he really was, because they were going to tell Kay where he is.
Oh, yeah. So do you think it's like your family, or like your family, your dad, or? You know, those
Well, my
people?
family, well, not my whole family, but as you know, most of my family is working against me and
Yeah,
with her, basically.
yeah. Is JJ safe?
He is safe and happy.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Are you afraid of anything? Like, are you afraid to tell me that you're just afraid that that I could be in danger? Like like I don't, like if I knew, like how could that hurt me? I don't understand how that could hurt me if I knew where he was.
Well, I'm just not telling anybody so that nobody has to say where he is or get questioned to where he is, so I can keep him as safe as possible.
Yeah. Okay, I hope that he's okay. I hope you guys are okay. But I did have a question that I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
I don't know if he would say that, but it's the same story. Like I don't even want Al to know. I don't want anybody to know so that nobody has to be worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be questioned about it, so he can be safe.
Yeah, so how long are you gonna be away for? Like are you ever gonna be able to come out and come back to society again? Or are you gonna keep, come back? I mean, like, what does that look like?
I will do whatever the Lord needs me to do every day, so
I just wondered if I was ever gonna see you again.
Absolutely, you will.
Okay, so maybe when they're done chasing you, you'll be able to come out again, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's a ridiculous thing for them to be working with Kay to find me. There's nothing that's gone on that's, you know what I'm saying? Like they're working with her in some dark capacity. The police are working with her in some dark capacity. There's no reason for them to be after me in the first place.
Yeah, has she threatened you at all?
Yes, lots of times.
Oh boy, like what did she say?
Well, it's in emails and everything. So.
So like she said she was going to come take him, or she was.
There's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Nellie.
I know it sounds like it. I'm just worried for you guys because, he's missing, and
I know exactly where he is. He's perfectly fine.
Okay, well, I hope so. I had a scripture I wanted to share with you, if you don't mind.
I'd love it.
I was thinking about some of the things you guys have gone through, and I saw this scripture today, and I want you to
Let me ask you a question. About the scripture. Okay. So, did Alma turn himself into King Noah, or what was he required to do?
Well, King Noah was incredibly wicked.
Yeah.
So he fled his evil ways, which is adultery and living riotously and breaking all the commandments. It was
right. So what was he required to do, Alma?
He had to go and flee so that he would be safe, and then help other people realize how jacked up the system was and the government was.
What about Moroni? What was he required to do at the end?
To carry on those plates and bury them. That was his responsibility.
What did he have to do to do that? What did he have to do to do that? Did he hide?
He had to hide. He had to hide because they were so. Everybody was killing everybody in the society. Everybody was dying. They were killing all the Nephites.
And the scriptures had to hide in the cavity of a rock by day and go out by night.
The prophets did.
They did.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for sharing that with me. Okay, this scripture is just something that may be thoughtful for you. For behold, this is Doctrine and Covenants, section 3, verse 7 and 8, says, for behold, you should not have feared man more than God, Although men set not the counsels of God and despise his words, yet you should have been faithful, and he would have extended his arm and supported you against all the fiery darts of the adversary. He would have been with you in every trouble. So when we work with the Lord and are obedient, he's going to protect us from adversarial darts and all kinds of negativity. But when we open the door to Satan, he comes in and then he attacks, and then he takes away to make it look like somebody else took it away. But that's not how God works. He doesn't work in darkness.
I agree with you 100%. And that's what the Lord is doing for me. Exactly what he's doing for me.
Oh, it just sounds weird.
For darkness, Mel. Darkness is knocking on the door all the time because that's the way dark works with the light. And I promise you that I have done nothing wrong in this case, but sometimes you have to hide in a cavity of a rock for your own life safety. And that's what the Lord requires of you sometimes. And that's how it is. And I'm sorry that's how it is, because there is a lot of darkness on the earth.
I know.
It's been after me for zero reason besides the darkness of Kay, which you already know she's dark.
I haven't met her enough to know if she is dark or not. I've just met her slightly, and she seemed like a normal kind of person, but then I haven't engaged with her that much, so I don't know that personally.
So you don't know about her changing the thing for herself to be the beneficiary of the policy and all that stuff. None of that's dark, right?
Well, I haven't seen those documents, so I have no way of knowing.
I've seen them on my computer.
No, I have not. I haven't even looked in on your computer before. You haven't showed me anything.
I don't being controversial to me, or if you're recording this conversation for the police or whatever. I don't know what your intention is on this phone call.
Well,
but I love with all my heart, and I have forever, and I will always love you.
I appreciate those words, but if you really loved me, you wouldn't have told the police that I had JJ with me. That's not what a friend does. I mean, that just makes me look weird, and it's not safe for me. That doesn't look good. I mean, you had to think of my welfare if you love me.
I do, and I did exactly what I felt the Lord was instructing me to do. And I appreciate you, and I love you. I never do anything to harm you. And you can have all of this confirmed to you by the Lord.
I have. And my conscience is clear. I feel very understanding what's really going on, Lori. And I believe that you have been very deceived by Satan. I believe that he has tricked you. And I don't believe that what you're doing is correct. I just don't. I mean, Tammy dies, and then your husband died, and then he's missing. It just doesn't sound like God's plan to me. It gives me a gut feeling, like in my gut, it feels weird. It doesn't feel right. I don't have peace about it. I never have felt 100% peace about it. I always felt like a little weird in my stomach about all these things.
You know me, Mel. You know me. This does not sound like you. This sounds like you've been influenced by somebody dark who wants you to believe dark things and have fear of the celestial world.
I don't have fear.
You obviously do.
No, I have a peace of conscience, and I can see clearly.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I love you so much.
I know you do. I don't know what else to say.
Stand Christ when he comes again, and he's coming soon, and we will all stand there, and you will know at that point that he has supported me and has supported me the whole time, and I have not been deceived.
I just want to testify that I know Tammy does have the conspiracy theories. My sister-in-law's right behind it all, and I hope that you're not being influenced by that dark team.
I don't know who she is. I'm sorry, you said your sister-in-law? I don't even know her.
I know, but she's coming up with the same type of theories. Mm-hmm. And it's just not true. My own children were there. They testified that Tammy had been getting weaker and sick, and I begged her to go to the doctor. Her heart was failing her. She was physically falling apart, but she hates doctors. And She just passed away. That's how it happened. My son Garth was right there with me the whole time. My kids were at the house within 20 minutes of her passing. There were 2 coroners. They checked her out right there on the bed. All these conspiracy theories just make me sick to my stomach. Just absolutely sick. I know I've been told for years that Tammy would pass away at a young age. And I had no idea that Lori would even be a part of my life. I just knew that my life had 2 segments. And that I know Tammy's on a special mission and she's with my kids. She's visited them. There's so much, Melanie, that you just have to have faith. And this is not some sort of master plan. There's no way Lori and I should ever come up with this. It's just.
You can understand my concern, correct?
I can from an outside perspective, but from
someone who knows as much as you know, no, not really. But we can feel Dave's influence on you. I can feel that for sure.
He's a very good man, and he has a very strong foundation, that I know.
I know, but he seems to be the one that's putting the doubts in your mind.
No, you know what? I have come to understand that my gut feeling, I was not listening to it. And I always felt uncomfortable with many things.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry that I included you in those teachings then for your own sake, because I wish that you didn't have as much knowledge as you have, because you will be accountable for the knowledge that you do have, Mom.
So are you.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. So
I have no fear.
Yeah.
I have no fear of that.
But I really, as I was reading the story of Korihor, and it is so very similar to this. You just can't see it. But he did it because he was trying to reclaim a people. And he thought at the very end, because of his carnal and natural desires, that's what influenced him. And he was very deceiving.
Natural desires?
Well, honey, you got a lot of natural desires. We all know that.
That's what you think is me, Korihor? Are you kidding me right now?
I think both of you have similarities. It's in the scriptures. It's in the scriptures. And the scriptures are very powerful.
Yes, they are. I live by the scriptures, as you know.
I know, but we can wrest the scriptures for our own vain glory.
I wrested the scriptures?
We can do that. And I feel that you have to suit our belief systems.
Do I wrest the scriptures? Is that what you're accusing me of at this point?
I feel that you have.
Why do you feel that way? I need an explanation on this.
Because if you look, like the scripture just shared. Okay.
Scriptures every single day, you know?
I know you read them. I don't doubt that. But this scripture right here says that you will be supported by all against the fiery darts of the adversary. You would have been supported if you had not opened dark portals and dark junk. You would have been safe if you would have obeyed God. He would have had your back. But you have been chased and tortured. And
this or not,
I'm sorry.
He had back. So
well, if he has your back, you would not be able to tell me where you are, and we couldn't find JJ. Like, where is he? I've been asking, where is he? And you know what I mean? Like, that's
I could tell everyone where JJ is right now, and that would not be good for JJ. So I'm sorry that you don't want me to protect my children, but I would never ask you to not protect your children.
Of course you wouldn't.
So I can tell that you're just adversarial, Mel. I love you. I'm sorry that you feel this way.
Because I actually do care. I'm sharing what I feel for you because I know your salvation's in trouble for what you've done.
Okay, my salvation is not in trouble at all. And I think you should check that with the Lord again.
Oh, I've felt a lot of things from the Lord. And this doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, sweetheart. I'm sorry that you're friends with all those who are against me. Joseph Smith's friends turned against me.
I'm not a friend. I'm not friends with people that are against you.
Apparently you are.
I am not. I don't know Kay. I don't know who you're talking about. Your sister. I don't even know what her name or who she is. I don't know any of those people. Why would they contact me anyway? How would I even know about that?
Well, you're friends with Dave, and he's currently, you know.
Well, David is a very righteous man, and I've always known that grounding about him. And he has a lot of beautiful experiences with the Lord, and these are not the same. You know, when you get the priesthood, that's Peter, James, and John shows up, and then he confirms all of those in the circle that are to get it, and everybody's a witness of that. Everybody's a witness that the pattern is in the scriptures. There's no witness that you ever receive what you think you received. Nobody has seen that but you. There's no witness. The witness, Joseph Smith, Oliver Cowdery, Martin Harris, the 8 witnesses, they all showed up.
Is there a witness? And Jesus, Heavenly Father, gave that to Joseph Smith by himself in the grove. Was there witness?
No, but they had it later with other people. That was one experience, but others joined in later. When he brought other people into it, they had experiences.
Scriptures, yes or no?
I'm sorry?
Is that in the scriptures, yes or no?
That Joseph was alone when he saw God the Father and Jesus Christ? Yes, he was alone.
He was alone.
But he had to open it up first.
That's not a pattern at all.
Honey, what I'm saying is that after he saw that and other people joined in, they saw the things with him. He wasn't alone. There was a witness for them. There was no witness. Anybody's never seen what you've seen or experienced what you've seen. That is your own witness, but nobody said that.
No, God knows it, and I will never deny it. For my soul would be at stake if I did. So you can say it didn't happen to me, Mel, but if I say it, then I am accountable. You didn't witness it.
Okay,
I did.
But your behaviors is not, okay, I understand that's what you believe you saw, but this is the thing, as I see, is that your behavior is not one of somebody that's in Christ. Your behavior. What?
Never had any idea that you would be the person of all people to turn me. I cannot.
I am asking questions, and I am concerned for you. That is what somebody does when they care.
You don't sound like you're concerned. You sound like you're accusatory. You do not sound concerned. You sound pissed off.
I'm not. I am troubled. Maybe that's the better word. Troubled. Because these things, like you being with Chad before he's even divorced, is unusual behavior for a person that's seen Jesus Christ.
I was with him and he was never divorced.
Honey, I've seen you guys together. Oh, so I haven't ever seen you with, I've never seen you with Chad kiss him and walk around the track at BYU with him. I never saw that. You
say you were the one just feeling guilty about being with someone before they were divorced.
Oh, honey. I think that's not what we're talking about here.
Well, it's not what we're talking about here. That's what I'm saying. You are going off the deep end.
Well, I'm just saying this is not a behavior of someone that sees Jesus Christ. It's not the behavior.
Really? Have you ever seen Jesus Christ? So do you know what the future behavior would be if you had seen Jesus Christ?
I know that when I prayed.
Each of you every day, and he does protect me, and he is protecting me, and he will protect me against this accusation as well. And we will both stand there with him, and you tell me if I was lying or not, but we're both standing there with Jesus Christ.
Okay.
And Ms. Gibb, it sounded like that call abruptly ended. What happened?
Just disconnected. Sometimes it disconnects in that particular area that we're in.
When this phone call takes place, did you know the location of Chad and Lori?
No,
They hadn't shared that with you?
no.
At the beginning of the call, we hear some laughter. Do you know who was laughing? Do you remember? Maybe I'll ask it this way. Did Chad and Lori seem upset when you called them initially?
Oh, no.
Did they seem to be in pretty good moods?
Yes,
And this is December 8th of 2019.
correct.
JJ is still missing at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Lori talks to you about there being a danger that there's people after me. Do you know what she was referencing? Had she ever talked to you about that?
She just said that she felt Kay and her father and her other brother, not Alex, seemed like there might have been another, like a cousin or something. And possibly she put in there the police. It's kind of, lots of conversations together. But anyway, that they were all after her.
Did she ever express why these people were after her, why she thought they were?
Because she considered them dark. They knew who she was spiritually. And so their goal was to take JJ, and possibly her life might have been in danger.
And again, to the best of your knowledge, who was it that would determine if someone was light or dark?
And that was Chad.
And you talk in there to her about why she would say JJ was with you, correct?
Right.
And she ends up, Lori makes a comment along the lines of she just needed someone so she didn't have to say where he really was. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you where JJ was?
No.
We also hear Lori on there make a comment that JJ is safe and happy. Do you recall that?
I do.
At any point, did you ever have any additional conversations with her where she explained what she meant by that?
I don't think so.
So she just says he's safe and happy.
Yes,
And this is on December 8th of 2019.
that's right.
Last time you saw JJ alive was September 22nd of 2019, correct?
Correct.
And in this recording, Lori mentions Kay as being dark, correct?
That's right.
You say you've never met Kay,
Briefly, I have.
just briefly?
Yeah.
At this point in time, did you really know Kay?
No,
Had you met her?
briefly.
Just briefly? What about the sister-in-law that Chad refers to? Do you know who that is?
He was referring, was it Heather Daybell? I think her name was.
Had you ever met Heather Daybell?
I had not at that point. I had never met her.
And we hear Chad in there as well talk about that Tammy was physically falling apart and she just passed away. Do you recall that?
Yes,
But yeah, in there, we also hear Chad say that he knew Tammy was going to die.
right.
And we also hear Chad say he knew he was going to have basically a second life.
Right.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Had you ever heard or talked to Chad before about him believing Tammy was going to die?
He shared that information publicly at a few conferences that she was going to pass away at some point early.
And do you recall ever having conversations with Lori about the belief that Tammy was going to die?
Yes,
And did Lori believe that Tammy was going to pass away?
I believe she did,
Did she tell you where she got that information from?
from Chad.
There's a statement in there for someone who knows as much as you know, from Lori to you. Do you know what she's referring to there?
Well, she referenced also the word teachings in there, the teachings that they felt that their teachings of light and dark and multiple lives were a more of a higher, kind of more of a mystery learning. And so she felt that I would be in danger before God for knowing that and then turning on all that knowledge that she shared.
So talking about the knowledge you had from their teachings, that you would have to account for that in the next life,
Correct.
or I guess after this life, whichever way
Correct.
they said it.
Yeah, right.
And you talked about that you weren't always comfortable with things.
Right.
Do you recall what some of the things were that you were referencing?
So the idea of they referred to dark people as zombies at some point. That was a little different. Them getting together and being, married multiple times, it was a little different. They're just all their teachings that are not standard teaching from our church. I never, 100% believed it. There was some uncertainty there. So just any of those new ideas that we've talked about today.
And I think we talked earlier, and you'd indicated you were open to some of the teachings or ideas, but
Yeah.
that you didn't fully believe them.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And in that recording, Lori, again, she indicates that she knows where JJ is, correct?
That's correct.
And Chad's right there with her when you're talking to her.
That's right.
Ms. Blake, we're right about at the noon hour. Is there?
I was gonna say, I think this may be a good point to take it the lunch hour.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and do that. We will recess for the noon hour for 1 hour. I will remind the jurors again over the lunch break. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Thank you for those in attendance for maintaining order pursuant to the court's conduct order, and we'll be back around 1 o'clock for continuing testimony.
All rise, please.
Okay, court's on lunch break. Sorry I wasn't, hold on a minute, it's just this. Sorry I wasn't that interactive right now. I've been having some phone calls and things regarding a bunch of car issues. Hello, K-Rocks and everything. I haven't been ignoring anybody, but I have been listening. And absolutely crazy. I've heard that phone call before during Lori's stuff. Yeah, court's going on lunch. Now, are they going to keep it on the same video? Or it looks like they're going to keep it on the same video because yesterday they did something and ended the video. I don't know whether that was a mistake or whatever, and that's why we got screwed up. But it's looking like it's going to stay on the same video. So we're just going to stay on the same video. Lori and Chad are nuts. Yeah, Jen Grill, they are nuts. Absolutely nutso. Lori maintains her composure. They're very manipulative people. Oh, you're just going with some dark people who are making you think like this. I'm very sad for you that you're being influenced by apparently some dark people. Oh, I'm fine. It's like crazy. All right. But, totally nuts, right, Lisa? Okay, I've got to go and get some, I've got some more phone calls to make and, some stuff to do with this car. Quite stressed. But, I will see you guys, after the break, okay? I'll talk to you in a little bit. I'm just gonna mute and leave it here.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if we could have the jurors return, please.
The jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I'll note the prosecution's present. In addition, the defendant and defense counsel. Continuing with direct examination of Ms. Gibb, I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony. Ms. Blake, I believe you have continuing direct. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, you can proceed.
Miss Gibb, we were talking about that recording and that Chad had made some comments about how Tammy was going to die. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when Tammy actually died?
I'm not sure the date. I believe it was in October 2019.
Do you recall learning of that, of her passing?
Yes.
When you learned of her passing, did you reach out to anyone?
Yes.
Who did you reach out to?
Lori.
Do you recall if it seemed like she already knew when you reached out to her?
Yes.
And did she already know of the passing?
It seems that she did.
Prior to Tammy passing away, had you ever talked to Lori about Tammy?
Yes.
What had Lori shared with you?
That she was supposed to continue her mission on the other side of the veil eventually, and that she would be okay with her and Chad being together.
So, and it was Tammy that was going to continue her mission?
Correct.
And Tammy was going to be okay with Chad and Lori being together?
Correct.
Do you recall if Tammy was ever designated as dark?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when you first heard Tammy being referred to as dark?
It must have been either the end of September or sometime in October. I'm just not really sure.
Would it have been so fairly close in time to her actual death?
Correct.
And again, Chad is the person that would label people dark.
Correct.
Do you recall ever speaking with Lori about whether or not Tammy knew anything about Chad and Lori's relationship?
Yes.
What did Lori tell you in reference to that?
She said that Tammy became, Tammy became suspicious through other people. And she was concerned about that. And
was that fairly close in time to Tammy's death?
you know, I'm not exactly sure when she first told me that. I can't remember when that was.
But at some point, Lori indicated to you it was her understanding Tammy was getting suspicious.
Yes.
Prior to Charles VALLOW being killed, did Lori ever indicate if Charles was suspicious of an affair?
It seems that he might have been privy to at the same time Tammy was. That feels kind of familiar. But up to that point, no. I don't know. I can't recall. I'm not sure on that one.
And I appreciate you clarifying that.
Yeah.
With these teachings of light and dark, at some point, did they evolve?
Yes.
And when they evolved, was there another term that was being used for someone that was dark?
Yes.
What was that term?
Zombie.
Did some of the other teachings evolve over time?
Yes.
Do you recall ever talking to Lori about whether or not she 100% believed everything?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Once or twice she mentioned to me that if Chad's a Satan, he sure is a good one. So that gave me an indication there was some doubt there.
And Lori would tell you she received her information from Chad.
Correct.
And she would go to Chad with her questions.
Correct.
Did you ever talk to Alex Cox about whether or not he believed what was being taught?
Yes.
What did Alex indicate to you?
I asked Alex if he 100% believed that zombies were really true, and he said he 100% believed it.
And I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. All right, Mr. Pryor, you can conduct cross-examination when you're ready.
I'm sorry, Judge, it would just take me a moment, please. Good afternoon, Ms. Gibb.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to go through a little bit of a timeline with you if we could.
Okay.
Right. And in particular, I just want to talk about Chad, Lori, Alex, your husband, David, Zuluma, yourself. So you met Chad approximately when?
The summer of 2017.
And that was at a Preparing the People encampment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and before we go too far, Preparing the People is an organization that talks about when there's going to be a second coming and how you respond to that. Is that correct?
It had multiple levels to
Okay, so
talks.
talk to me a little bit about that. What were the levels?
Some people shared conferences about science, and some shared about the Book of Mormon and the evidence of the Native Americans. Some people shared their visions. Some people talked about ancient scripture information. Some person talked about the stars, and so those a variety of subjects.
All right, and I'm not just talking about the one that you went with Mr. Daybell. You had participated in these Preparing the People conferences previously to that. Is that right?
That was the first time I'd actually been to one when I first met him.
Okay, and then thereafter, how many of these conferences or these mountain retreats would you go to?
I think I've only been to 2 like mountain retreats, but the conferences were generally in a conference center.
Okay, and the frequency of those?
Let's see, once or twice a year. A handful of times I went. I can't recall how many.
Okay, and sometimes 3 times a year.
It could be.
And is that where you initially met your husband as well? Future husband, excuse me?
No, not at theirs.
At one previous to that?
A different one.
Yeah, and that was previous to the one that you're talking about where you met Chad, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you were at a Preparing the People conference or an encampment, you met your husband there, and then, I'm sorry, future husband, just met him, and then subsequent, you met Chad at a similar encampment, is that right?
No.
Okay, please clarify that for me.
No, I didn't meet David at a camp. I met him at a conference previous to meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand. Okay. So you met him at a conference. Was it similar type of conference? A Preparing the People conference similar to that?
It was kind of similar. It was more about the study of Isaiah.
Okay. All right. Religious-based conference.
Yes.
Okay. Now you talked about part of the instruction at these conferences were a variety of subjects. A lot of them, well, most of them based in some sort of at least religious theology or religion of some point. Is that fair?
Yes.
And most of them are geared towards the LDS faith?
Yes.
And would you say that these preparedness conferences and these meetings that you attend are consistent with your beliefs in the LDS faith?
Yes, mostly. Not completely all of it, but mostly.
Okay. So when you talk about visions
Mhm.
and you talk about, I'm going back to what I think I kind of understand is that visions are like premonitions. Is that kind of what they're all about?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. So what's the difference between a vision and a premonition?
Well, from my opinion, a vision is something someone sees while they're generally sleeping, but it's a really live experience, as if it's really happening. It's something they feel like they're in that vision, as if they're part of it. It's like we are here. It's something you could actually see. You're
Okay.
part of that. Premonition, at least my understanding, premonition is just kind of a feeling, a gut feeling about something.
Okay.
Like you feel like something's going to happen, but it's no visionary experience.
Okay. And there's nothing inconsistent with the LDS faith about having visions while you're sleeping about things that you believe are going to happen in the future. Is that right?
Sure, that's right.
Okay. So if, and before we go there, and I'm going to hack this up because we've spoken before, and I think the first time we ever spoke, it was your boyfriend, right?
Right.
And now it's your husband.
Correct.
And how long have you folks been married?
About 3.5 years.
And you folks live together where?
We don't live together.
Have you ever lived together?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a time, how much of a length of time did you folks actually live together?
So after we got married, we lived together for about, I want to say 9 or 10 months.
Okay. And then now you live in different households.
Yes.
Okay. And that's just by choice, right?
Yes.
So you live in Arizona
Correct.
and he lives in Utah?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't need to go any further than that. That's far enough, I think. So back to this idea of visions. Like you said, it's not inconsistent with your faith that if you have a dream at night, that can be perceived as, it's not a guarantee, but it can be perceived as a vision of something to come in the future, right?
Dreams and visions are, what I've heard is they're a little different from each other.
Okay.
But yeah,
Well, what you heard, you practice this as well as part of your faith, don't you?
I don't have those experiences, but our faith believes that people can have them.
Okay, so is it something that is something that someone who has a special gift is given the opportunity to have visions? Is that what that is?
I think so.
Okay, so your husband has that gift, correct?
Yes.
And your husband has had numbers of visions, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Sustained.
But there are people that are appointed to, or not appointed, but who are have the ability to have these visions, correct?
Yes.
And you believe that Chad Daybell at one point believed he could have these visions.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned something in the beginning, and I saw that in the past interviews and other things that you've done, and we'll get to that in a minute. But you said that at a number of these podcasts and conferences, Chad has previously talked about the fact that he believed his wife Tammy was going to die early.
Yeah.
And in fact, he brought that up on the at the conference on the 18th in 2018. He discussed that with the folks at the conference, that he relayed to them that he felt that his wife was going to pass early and had been doing that for some time, right?
I'm not sure exactly when that he shared. I just remember hearing it.
Okay, so it's possible that on October of 2018, at the very time that he met Lori Vallow, the same conference, he had already relayed to the people there that he felt his wife Tammy did not have a long life, that there was a vision he had about that, right?
Before that conference, it was before he met Lori. I knew of that information.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. And thank you for clarifying that, because I may have looked at that differently and I viewed that in a different way. So before Chad even approached the conference with Lori, he had been making that revelation at conferences prior to that about his wife Tammy.
Yes.
Okay. And if I were to tell you that he'd been making that revelation since 2000 or 2015 or 16, would that be consistent with what you know as well?
Objection, Your Honor. Stating facts, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Do you have a time frame as to when Chad started making that revelation? Any idea?
Well, since I got to know him at least in 2017, I would say between 2017 and 2018.
Okay. And that's when you first learned of it?
Yeah.
Okay. That may not have necessarily been when Chad started, expressing his vision about seeing that sort of thing, right?
Can you rephrase that? I'm sorry.
Well, that's not necessarily, you heard about it in 2017 or believe that's when you thought it was starting, but it could have been earlier than that, right?
Could have been.
Okay. Okay. And do the only two people you know who have visions, Chad Daybell and your husband?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Are the only two people you know who have visions, Chad Daybell in your church, the LDS faith, are the only two people you know who have visions, Chad Daybell and your husband?
No, there's others.
Okay. And it's not an unusual thing, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, I do want to go to an area that I think I've heard you discuss before. And you talked about it when the prosecuting attorney was talking to you, Miss Blake. you use the phrase, and I need you to explain this for me. You use the phrase energy work.
Yeah.
And I'm not, I don't understand that very well. So could you explain to me what energy work is?
Yes. My exposure's been that when you have a practitioner that is communicating with you or your body, they have a certain method that they use through like muscle testing, which if you want me to explain that, but anyway, muscle testing, and they ask the body questions about what's going on in your body physically, spiritually, emotionally, mentally. And then they find different ways to help you feel better by just their different methodologies that they would communicate. It's kind of fun. I don't really know.
We'll work through that a little bit just so we kind of maybe try to make it a little easier for everybody to understand. So methodologies, meaning prayer.
Well, maybe some people pray, sure.
Meditation.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's possible for some people. I haven't had that experience.
Okay. Something you've talked about in previous interviews with a number of different people is vibrations.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
talk a little bit about what the concept of, in terms of energy work, what are vibrations?
To my understanding is vibration would be more like a frequency of your body, just like music has a vibration and energy to it. And so it has a certain megahertz. And so that vibration can have a certain positive or a negative way of expressing itself.
Okay, so it's not something that's a divine revelation to you. It's not something that you feel as part of a spiritual thing. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, some people describe spiritual things as vibrations, so it just depends on the person.
Well, you've practiced this vibrations, have you not?
Well, I don't know that I don't know what you mean by practice it.
All right, you utilize it.
I'm not really sure what that would mean for me. Utilize vibrations, I don't know.
Well, when you make reference in a number of interviews about the concept of vibrations, are we talking about music or are we talking about something with religion?
I'm just talking about in general, vibration is an energy that people have around anything that, the world has a vibration, people have vibrations. It's just a frequency that's put off.
And is that frequency giving you any sort of religious message or any sort of revelation of any kind?
No, not for me, maybe for others, but not for me.
So it's your position that it wasn't doing that. So these ideas and these concepts about light and dark, and we talked a great deal about light and dark. Is that something that's inconsistent with the LDS faith?
Inconsistent, yes.
Okay, so the LDS faith doesn't talk about light and dark.
No.
There's no discussion about that.
Well, I mean, I think Christianity talks about Jesus Christ being the light of the world and that darkness would be associated with Satan. So if you want to say that, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So if someone were to be practicing techniques as they relate to light and dark, or make comments about being able to tell if someone's light or dark, that's something that's inconsistent with the LDS faith.
Yes.
And that's not something you would ever do, right?
No.
You would never engage in conduct that would trying to determine whether someone's a light person or a dark person, right?
Well, I didn't have the ability to know how to do that.
Okay. And did you ever teach that? About light or dark?
I don't know if I shared it with anybody. I'm not sure.
Well, I didn't say shared. I said taught.
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it possible you taught light theory to people?
Oh, it's possible.
Is it possible you talked about dark theories to people?
It's possible.
Okay. But you don't remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. And I want to kind of lean into that a little bit about not remembering. Do you remember talking to Detective Moffat from the Arizona bound in Maricopa County some time ago when this case first started?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you remember talking to him about the fact that, you don't have the best memory in the world?
Yeah, I don't.
And the fact that you forget a lot of things.
Forget often.
Quite often, right?
I don't know. That's correct.
Well, what you told Detective Moffett was that ask anybody. I don't remember things very well. Do you recall telling him that?
It's possible I said that to him.
Would it help if I had played the recording for you?
No,
Have you- Or
that's not necessary.
it's not necessary, is it?
No.
Because you did tell Detective Moffett that you have a very difficult time remembering things, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you told him you have a difficulty getting facts and dates and times right, correct?
Yeah.
And that's not something that everyone has difficulties this, but you were particular with Detective Moffett in reminding him that you didn't always get the facts right or the dates right or the times right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that's not easy to acknowledge. Now in the conference in October when Lori and Chad first met, Chad was there to sell books, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now I understand that you've taken a jab at writing books as well, right?
A little bit.
You wrote, and I don't want to misrepresent. I know you wrote one book.
Right.
And when did you write that book?
Right about the time I finished it up, about the time I met Lori, so 2018, 2019.
And when did you start writing that book?
When?
When?
Probably, I would say sometime in the middle of the year 2018. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And please straighten me out if I get the title of the book wrong. I meant to bring it in and I didn't bring it in because I have a copy of it. It's called The Fire Within.
No.
Okay, tell me and I knew I was going to get it wrong. So correct me.
Feel the Fire.
Feel the Fire. I'm sorry. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of reading lately, so I may get it wrong. Feel the Fire is about your religious experiences and the things that you felt going through the development of your LDS faith, right?
Yes.
And you talked about your personal experiences doing that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then I kind of noticed that there was a discussion with one of the officers, and I think it was with one of the officers. You've interviewed a lot of people. You've spoken to a lot of people, right?
A few. Wouldn't say a lot, but a few.
Well, you've spoken to a lot of police officers, right?
I'd say a few.
Okay. Well, you spoke to Officer Duncan, right?
Right.
And you've communicated with the Lieutenant Ball from up
Yes.
here,
Yes.
or Lieutenant Hermosillo.
Yes.
You spoke with the prosecutor, Rob Wood, a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a frequent conversation with Prosecutor Wood, or was there some level of regularity with that discussion with Prosecutor Wood?
It was infrequent in the beginning, but yeah, just for a short period of time.
It was infrequent for a short period of time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And we'll revisit that in a minute. But you also did an interview on TV with somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
2000. Let's see, 2000. No, I'm not recalling that exactly when that was.
Okay.
It's been so long. I'm sorry.
That's okay. And I know there's always, and if you would just bear with me. But we do know who you spoke to at that point, correct?
Right. Correct.
Who was that?
Nate Eaton.
Okay. Oh, that's right. I forgot about Mr. Eden. You also spoke with Keith.
Yes.
Who was that?
He is one of the interviewers for Dateline.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview with him on a national audience interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your preparation for that interview, were there any conditions put in place that you were not going to agree to talk about?
Maybe Maybe possibly, but I just can't recall what we talked about before.
Okay. And that was Keith Morrison from Dateline.
I think that was his name.
Okay. And you didn't know him because of any church affiliation or anything like that, right?
Oh, no,
You don't know whether he's a member of your faith or not, right?
I don't know what his faith is.
Okay. And was there any discussion as part of that interview that your intent was to protect your church from exposing anything?
I don't know if that was my intention. I just shared whatever they wanted to ask questions about.
Okay. And at no time were you gearing that interview or any other testimony about having to protect your church?
I don't think that was the goal.
Okay. And that was never any discussion, right?
A little bit. We talked a little bit about it.
About protecting the church?
No, not protecting it.
Okay. So during the process of preparing for this case, you had an occasion at or around the time of the initial preliminary hearing to engage in discussions with Mr. Wood about your testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay, and that was started in about May of 2020. You recall that?
it could have been. I can't recall the date.
Okay. And it ended somewhere around November of 2020, right? You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Would it help if I showed you some correspondence between you and Mr. Wood to refresh your recollection, or do you remember having a discussion with him during that time?
I remember talking to him often. I mean, you can ask me what I shared, but I don't, the dates, I don't need dates.
Okay, you do remember that there was pretty consistent email communication for a 6-month period between the two of you, right?
Email?
I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I said email, didn't I? Text messaging.
There was some text messaging.
Some text messaging?
Yeah.
Would it surprise you to learn, and if we need to refresh your recollection, I can stop things. Judge, it'll take me a little while to get them hooked up, but would it surprise you to learn that between May 20th, May 6th of 2020 and November 4th of 2020, the two of you exchanged text messages between you over 340 times?
It's possible. I really don't know.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection if I showed you all 340 of those text messages?
No, I mean, I know we communicated it. And
Okay.
you got what you got.
Okay. And you acknowledge that during that time, there was a considerable amount of communication between you and Mr. Wood. Would you agree with that?
I'll say it was more often in the beginning. Yeah.
Okay. Would you dispute that there were 340 texts?
I don't know. It's
Okay.
possible. I really don't know.
And one of my concerns is that about that communication is
Objection, Your Honor. I'd move to strike the narrative that started that question.
Sustained.
at any time during that communication with Mr. Wood, did you suggest to him that you needed to protect either a person or an organization as part of whether or not you were going to testify or what you were going to testify to?
No.
You don't remember that?
No, I didn't. No, what I'm saying is no, I didn't. My intent was not to protect anything other than to share what I knew.
Okay. Okay. So if I were to show you a text message that suggests something contrary to that, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't recall it, so I could care either way.
Judge, could we take just a short moment for me to, I'm not going to be able to refresh a judge up on the screen, so I don't know how you want to do this. I can either bring her this laptop and show her the text message, or however you would like me to do that.
I am okay with you giving her your laptop to review the message, since it's to refresh her recollection. And if we can identify what she's looking at, I'll ask the state if there's any objection to that manner, and of course, instruct the witness not to start playing around on the laptop.
And Your Honor, if we could approach just briefly.
Okay.
and then I'll need it back. They've seen it, just pretty much. And Ms. Gibb, after you have a chance to read that, would you hand it back to the bailiff and have him return that to me, please?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Ms. Gibb, after you have a chance to read that, it's the third box down.
Right.
After you've had to read it, hand it back to the bailiff and then we'll talk about it. And if you could identify what was said and the date and time, I would appreciate that. Yeah. So in looking at that, does that refresh your recollection about discussing protecting someone in this case?
That sounds familiar.
Okay, and in this particular instance, isn't it true that when you were communicating with Mr. Wood, you mentioned to him that you and Mr. Morrison want to make sure the church is protected, right?
Well, I think in my feeling, what it meant to me is that when we talked about these things, that we would share that this was not the teachings of the church. So that's what I meant by it.
No, it wasn't that what you were trying to do is you were going to testify. It wasn't that you were trying to testify in a court of law or in talking with Mr. Morrison and not disclose too much about some of the secrets of the LDS faith. Is that what you're telling me?
No.
You were trying to protect some of the secrets of the LDS faith from
No,
being exposed?
No, I'm sorry. I guess it's the way you're phrasing it.
Okay. So in other words, what you're saying is that you were just wanted to be careful about what you said when you're talking to a prosecutor in a criminal case. Is that what this means?
I'm not sure how you're explaining it, that you need to be more clear with me.
Okay, I'll be really clear. You and Mr. Morrison sent a text to a prosecuting attorney, correct?
I don't know who sent that. I'm sure I'm not that text, even though I guess I didn't understand. Was I texting that to Rob? I'm not sure.
Well, Judge, I think what I'd like to do is have the bailiff come back up, take the document, have her look at it and see who it was from and who it was to. And then after you do that, we'll take a look again.
I'll permit that. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please retake this paper, not yet admitted as an exhibit, but it is shown to the witness to refresh recollection. The witness may review again the text.
Okay. I just
And
missed
ma'am, when
that
you're
part.
done, just put it down because all we're allowed to do is refresh your recollection. Hand it back to the bailiff if you would, and he'll return it to me, ma'am. And I'll just try to walk through this step by step if that's okay with you. You sent Rob Wood a text at that time, correct?
Yes,
And the text was from you to Rob Wood.
correct.
And in the text, you talked about Keith, the guy from Dateline, and I, right? And is that the Keith Morrison? Is that the guy we're talking about?
Yes,
Okay. Want to make sure the church is protected. Do you recall that?
yes,
He has done a good job so far. That's why I feel comfortable talking to him. Is that what you said to the prosecutor?
I think so. Yes,
Okay. Is there any reason to dispute what I just read is not what you read just 2 minutes ago?
yes, that's fine.
So the question I have with that is, if what you're saying is that, well, you wanted to get the story right in terms of the beliefs of the LDS faith, why are you sending that to a prosecuting attorney who's prosecuting Chad Daybell?
Are you finished?
I am finished. I'm waiting for an answer.
I felt comfortable talking to Rob to let him to know what I was doing. I just felt comfortable sharing that just to let him know what I was up to. Yeah.
So you were sharing with Rob Wood, the prosecuting attorney, that it's your intent to protect the LDS Church with your testimony, right?
I guess you could say that.
Okay.
That wasn't the whole point of the interview, but
I understand that.
Yeah.
But the point of this text was that, right?
I guess so.
Right. And the 340 other texts between May 6th of 2020 and November 4th of 2020, were those just to say hi?
No,
Okay. So in other words, what was happening here is that there was at least some sort of a relationship built between you and this prosecutor about how and when and where you were going to testify about things in this case. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
The point of all this communication between you and Mr. Wood, the prosecuting attorney in this case, was to establish how you planned on testifying in this case and what you were going to say.
it wasn't the established reason why I communicated with him.
And it was just a coincidence then that you happened to mention your church and how you were going to protect your church to the prosecutor who was going to be calling you and examining you as a witness in this case. That's just a coincidence, right?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Judge, I'm going to need to move for admission of exhibits 6 and 7. These were previously stipulated by the parties, part of the agreement between the prosecuting attorney and myself about what we would stipulate to in terms of exhibits.
All right, there's been offered exhibits 6 and 7, I believe not. Well, confirm with the clerks, those are not yet entered into admitted. Defense exhibits 6 and 7, not yet admitted. Is the state aware of what these are, and is there any objection once you've reviewed them, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just double checking defense exhibit list. It's my understanding that this is the Lori for Style at iCloud and also the Lolly Time at iCloud, the Cellbrite of those. If that is what those are, they are stipulated to and there's no objection.
That's what they are, Judge. And the subparts that go with it, I believe under 6, it's A through F, and then 7 is like A through D, I think, Judge.
All right, counsel, I'm gonna have a quick sidebar with you to make sure we don't duplicate numbers or clearly mark, and I'll have our clerk join in on the sidebar just as we get in on defense exhibits. All right, council, thanks for the sidebar, just clarifying our exhibits here. What is being offered, and I believe stipulated to by the state, would be Defense Exhibit 6A through AA. And on that set of exhibits, does the state stipulate those may be admitted?
Yes, Your Honor. With those clarifications, the state would agree that the Cellbrite, the iClouds themselves are already in, and these are content from those iCloud accounts.
Okay, and that will be admitted, and the court will ensure that only what is admissible through that comes in and is observed or given to the jurors for deliberation. Likewise, there is Defense Exhibit 7, and that consists of two subparts 7A and B also. Does the state agree to the admission of 7A and B?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll take the same precaution with those before they're submitted for deliberation. With that, then, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Oh, thank you. Now, what I want to do next is go through a little bit of a timeline if we could, okay? You met Lori in mid to late October of 2018.
At the beginning of October.
Oh, was it the beginning of October?
Yes.
And that was, you were, and what I'm unclear about is that you were either a teacher or an instructor at a religious institution, right?
I was just invited to teach a segment of something.
Okay, and do you recall what that segment was that you were teaching?
It was about health and nutrition and preparedness ideas associated with those.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. All right, council, we're continuing. Just now, apparently there was published to the jurors something that may have had information that was inadvertently published that was not to be given to the jurors. So with what was just published potentially on your monitors or the large screen here, I am going to instruct the jurors to disregard what they saw or anything that was read on there that may have been inadvertently published. It wasn't the intention of counsel to do that or the court to allow it. So whatever you may have read or seen on that, please disregard that and do not consider that in any way in your deliberations or consider it as any evidence in this case. We'll try to work through that issue as additional information may be submitted or published, and be cautious when publishing anything, counsel. With that in mind, Mr. Pryor, once you're ready, you can continue with your
Thank
cross-examination.
you, Judge. So, October of 2018, at some point, and you're saying, I think I said mid, but you're saying early of 2018, you met Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And from previous testimony, you discussed statements you made that you discussed that you would talk to her almost regularly.
Correct.
Now, today, you talked about the fact that you spoke with her almost regularly up until January of 2019. Is that correct?
Yeah, like more of like a daily occurrence until, I'm not sure exactly when it started changing, but
Okay.
I would say somewhere between January and February.
And then she started what you described as moving around a little bit.
Correct.
Okay. And when she was moving around, let's talk a little bit about that. When she was with you, she was in Arizona.
When she was with me, when I met her?
When you first met her in October, that was somewhere
Correct.
in Arizona, right?
Right.
And she was there, you folks were there at the same vicinity up until the first part of January. Is that fair?
I believe so.
Okay. And then did she move somewhere around the 1st of January?
So I remember she had the first house. It was either Chandler or Gilbert. I get confused.
Okay.
They're right beside each other. And then she moved to another house, maybe within less than half an hour away from there.
Okay. And during that time, you weren't seeing each other every day then at that point, correct?
When she moved to the second house?
Yes.
I don't know. We saw each other often. I don't know how at that point. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember. Okay, and then at that point, after that second house, then where did she go?
She went to Hawaii.
And that was around February 1st, right?
It was in February. I don't recall when she actually flew out there.
So if I were to represent to you that around February 1st to the end of March, Lori Vallow was living in Hawaii, is that something that you would have any reason to disagree with?
It could be true.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then when she's living in Hawaii from February 1st of 2019 till the end of March, how often did you see each other in person?
Oh, just once.
Okay. Saw each other once. TYLEE was out there at one point as well, right?
Prior to me coming, yes.
Okay. And please excuse me, but your relationship with TYLEE would be described as not the best. Would that be fair?
I would just say no relationship.
Okay. And that's what you've previously said. There just wasn't any relationship, right?
That's right.
You folks didn't particularly care to be around each other.
That's not true. It just didn't.
Okay. Just no relationship.
Right.
So when you testify that you met her a couple of times, I think is what you said earlier today. Is that right?
A few times I've been around her.
Okay. It wasn't of anything of any substance, correct?
Correct.
So anything she would have said or not said to you, it wasn't anything of any significance, correct?
She wasn't talking to me.
Okay. Okay. That's no relationship. I agree with-
Objection, Your Honor. Strike the narrative.
Sustained.
Well, during that February 1st to the end of March, how often would you talk to Lori on the phone?
I am not sure.
Okay. You don't remember.
I don't remember.
You would have remembered if it was every single day, right?
It's been too long for me to recall that.
Okay. Okay. And would you agree with me that your memory would have been better closer to the incident than it would be this much time later, right?
I believe so.
And you would agree with me that if you were to give any kind of a statement close in time to when these events took place, they would have been more accurate than statements that maybe you're making today.
Maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Well, you acknowledged to me that you have difficulty getting facts straight and information straight.
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the testimony and it's a narrative. Move to
Sustained.
strike.
Sustain and strike that.
Okay. You testified earlier that you sometimes don't remember things correctly.
That's right.
Okay. Is it possible today that you're suffering from that today as part of your testimony?
I think it's a general forgetting because when you go have a relationship with somebody, you don't remember every detail of it. I think it's a normal forgetting.
But you were pretty detailed in your testimony today, specific about a lot of things.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. There's no question.
There is a question
Well
coming.
sustained. It wasn't a question, Mr. Pryor. It's just a statement. It's
Isn't it-
argumentative. Go ahead with a question, please.
So what you're telling me is that your testimony today is based on, to the best of your recollection, what you remember happened back several years ago, right?
Yes,
And that today you're not influenced by your difficulty remembering things sometimes today, right? Just for today.
well, the same,
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained. Ask another question, please, Mr. Pryor.
You're not suffering through your testimony today of the issue we talked about you being somewhat forgetful, right?
it's a hard way to answer that question because of the things that we're talking about today, I've shared so often that those are the things that I remember.
Okay. Okay. And we're going to get to that a little bit about some of the things. Now, after the end of March, then where did Lori go?
I know she at one point was with Alex, and I can't recall exactly when that was, but it was prior to her going to Texas.
Was with Alex somewhere.
Yeah, she went to Alex's house,
Where did Alex live?
in his house.
What town?
It's either Queen Creek or Santan, Arizona.
That's in Arizona. And then at some point she went to Texas. Is that what you were saying?
I just remembered she went to let's see. She had another house she went to. I'm just trying to remember where that fit in.
Okay. But in any event, she was moving around quite a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I go back to February through March, February 1st through the end of March, when Lori was in Hawaii and she was in a place called Kauai,
Correct.
one of those islands over there.
Correct.
Okay. And she was with TYLEE for at least a portion of that, right?
I believe TYLEE, and I think she had a friend with her too. TYLEE's friend and her.
Okay.
That's my memory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But JJ was with the father, Charles, correct?
I would assume.
Okay. You don't know.
I haven't thought about it.
Okay. So you don't know where JJ was at this point.
I probably knew that then.
Okay.
Yeah.
You knew that then? You just don't recall now, right?
Haven't thought about it. I don't recall.
Okay. Okay. So for a 2-month period, Lori didn't have JJ with her when she was in Hawaii. JJ, at least we think, was with Charles for that 2-month period.
I would say so.
Okay. Okay. And were you aware that there were divorce proceedings filed by Charles at some point?
I was aware of that.
Okay. Were you also aware that subsequent to those divorce proceedings, there was a reconciliation between Charles and Lori?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, they were contemplating getting back together and trying to work on their relationship, right?
I could be. I can't remember exactly the words, but I would say it's possible.
Okay. Well, I guess if you're talking to your friend every day and this great communication is going on, I would think that a discussion about reconciliation would have been discussed during all those daily conversations. It wasn't?
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Was there a discussion about reconciliation between you and Lori after the March visit to Hawaii by Lori?
It's possible.
Okay, you don't remember though, right?
It's just been too long. I haven't sat and thought about that for a while.
And then at some point subsequent to their reconciliation, do you have any idea where Lori moved to? And I would talk about in June, July, August of 2018.
So the house in, it was either Gilbert or Chandler, Arizona. She moved into another house.
And at that point, were you still maintaining that daily phone discussion with Lori?
I don't know how often we spoke.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you wouldn't be able to say that you spoke to her every day. You don't actually remember how often.
I don't remember.
Okay. And then at some point there was an issue with Charles and Lori and Alex in at that Arizona home. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was a situation where you had previously testified that there was an altercation with a bat, and TYLEE was there. And at some point, Alex went into the bedroom to retrieve his gun because he was feeling threatened.
Correct.
And at that point, it came back and there was a shooting.
Yes, that's what I heard.
And to your recollection, on the premises at that point, Lori VALLOW was there at that point?
I'm not sure exactly where she was at that point. She just shared what she shared. I know at some point she took JJ to school,
Right.
but I don't know in between all of that,
Okay.
when she left and when she stayed.
Okay, but initially, Lori was there.
Right,
Initially, TYLEE was there.
right,
Initially, JJ was there.
right.
And initially, Alex was there.
Yes,
And initially, Charles was there.
correct.
And then after the shooting, or at least at some point, Lori left and took JJ and TYLEE somewhere else. Is that what you recall?
I remember something to that nature. I don't know exactly when they left and stayed. I don't remember all that.
Okay, okay. Now, did you have information about, and just tell me yes or no, did you have information about Lori's financial situation?
Only what she shared with me.
Did she share with you about the life insurance she got as a result of Joseph Ryan's death?
Oh, yes, she did.
Okay, that was a significant amount of money.
I think it was $2,000 a month for TYLEE.
Well, I'm talking
Did you
about
get
life
that?
insurance.
Oh, seemed like it was about $20,000 if I remember.
Is it possible you're confusing what Alex took to Idaho and what Lori got?
I have no idea what he took to Idaho or if he even did that. That's not my knowledge.
And you didn't have regular communication with Alex Cox. Is that what you're telling me?
Right.
Okay. And when I say you didn't have regular communication from October of 2018 until January of 2020, how often would you say you've actually spoke with Alex Cox?
Oh, I couldn't recall.
And Judge, I'm looking at 215. I'm inquiring of the court as to whether or not you want to take a short. I've got a bit to go, Judge.
I understand. Let me have a quick sidebar with counsel. All right, thank you, counsel. We are going to go ahead and take a mid-afternoon break here. We'll try to keep this break if we could to about 20 minutes, but I understand it takes time for movement of the jurors, et cetera. we'll come back on then, and we're going to try to wrap up with evidence today at 3:15 instead of 3:30. So with that in mind, if we can try to abbreviate the break, we'll do that now.
All right. All right, folks, we'll see you in 20 minutes. Really 15 by the time we.
I think this is break time. Sandra M., if you're here, if you would just check in. I have a question for you. I just wasn't sure. What was my question for you? Something I'm trying to pack up some orders in the meantime. I don't even know what my question for you was.
Sandra M.
Yeah. Sandra M. Let's see.
Look if Linda ended up in jail.
Hi, Sherry. Hi, Murder of Crows. Hi, Slam RN. Hello, everybody. Have you been listening to the TYLEE? I said hi to you before, but I'll say hi again. Have you been listening to the testimony? What do you think? Write down, if you're there, the most shocking testimony today from Melanie or something you never knew. I mean, I heard of the phone call. I've known most of this. But you can write down if something was especially shocking or something you never heard before. Let's see. I'll leave you to do that first. 1 second. I'm going to go over here for 1 minute. I'm wondering about, I got to pack some things. Check my thyroid stuff.
Hi, Sherry. Hi, Murder of Crows. Hi, Slam RN. Hello, everybody. Have you been listening to the TYLEE? I said hi to you before, but I'll say hi again. Have you been listening to the testimony? What do you think? Write down, if you're there, the most shocking testimony today from Melanie or something you never knew. I mean, I heard of the phone call. I've known most of this. But you can write down if something was especially shocking or something you never heard before. Let's see.
I know the most shocking thing Rosalita Marie heard today.
Yeah, what were you saying about Rosalita is pissed?
That I'm not going to see Bruce Springsteen.
You're not?
No.
Why?
Well, my husband got the date wrong. My daughter called last night, and then my car was scheduled for this huge service. So, but she said to me, and then we asked, Michael, you want to take the tickets and go? He said, not so much. So we hit the sold button. My daughter bought the tickets. She got money back. But, yeah, it was upsetting, but what can you do? But they may open up something for Ethan to do because he was going to miss they would have missed an invitational on Saturday because on track, if you don't go to the practice on Friday, you can't run the invitational on Saturday. So they would have missed the track practice on Friday, not been able, and Luke, especially Luke, is so freaking serious about this track and everything in general, both of them about school. So being that it opens up that invitational, they may be able to miss only one invitational if they do something else. So they may, I don't know, might just be divine intervention. And then Rosalita told me, and it could be good because she said she went to that concert. I know it wasn't that one, but she was sick for 6 weeks afterwards.
Oh my God.
Now, I didn't get sick when I went to Paul McCartney, but yeah, she's right. I was going to wear a mask anyway. Didn't want to be it, but the crowds that were there for Paul McCartney were insane. So, yeah, that's another thing that she's like, yeah. So I'm just going to be, it's divine intervention.
Oh
It was
my
supposed
God,
to
you
happen.
can hear us talking, Carol.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying, I said all this in the chat.
Okay.
I said everything in the chat, but I gotta go. This is my doctor. I'm gonna mute for this.
All rise. District Court's beginning session.
Thank you. Please be seated.
And Your Honor, I apologize to do this, but before we bring the jury in, could counsel approach briefly?
Yes. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623. Before the jurors are brought in, we've got a couple of issues we want to put on the record outside the presence of the jurors relating to making a record about exhibits in this case. The first matter the court would bring up is that earlier in the trial, the court noticed that several of the state's marked proposed exhibits had reference as sort of Bates numbers or other markings on some of those exhibits that referenced the term VALLOW/Daybell. The court raised a concern sua sponte about a possible appearance of the fact that in Lori Vallow's case, the trial's already concluded and she was convicted. I didn't want reference necessarily expressly on all the exhibits to that trial, as some of the jurors may or may not know about that, depending on what they revealed in voir dire. And so the state has thereafter, I think maybe one came in with a reference to VALLOW on a Bates stamp. The state's been redacting those references as it relates to referencing VALLOW. From the state, does anyone wish to mention anything further to clarify the record on handling those exhibits and how they've been admitted in the case?
No, that's an accurate representation, Your Honor, and we'll continue to redact those
Okay.
if there's any left.
All right. So that's the issue there. On other exhibits that came in today, they were offered as defense exhibits 6 and 7. The court in a sidebar got together with the evidence clerk as well as staff attorney and counsel to look at those exhibits before they were admitted or published and make sure they were properly marked. It was pointed out that many or most of those exhibits contained improper dialogue, written expressions on them or labels that would not be admissible, descriptions, for example, that were argumentative. And so while the court is permitting the defense to go forward and those exhibits have been admitted, the court is going to ensure that before they're published, they will have those references removed, and we won't give those to the jurors for deliberation or publish them unless those references are not included in the actual exhibits. I did make a curative instruction as one exhibit apparently was published briefly to the jurors, and that was the basis of the court's curative instruction for the jurors to disregard that information that may have been descriptive and not evidence in the case. Does the state wish to make any further clarification on, well, I'll start with the defense because those were defense exhibits. Mr. Pryor, anything further on those exhibits and how they were handled today by the court?
Judge, a number of the exhibits have descriptions of what they are in terms of content, and I understand that what I understand is the court just wants the number and the sub number and delete all of the other descriptions, whether the court feels they're inappropriate or not the proper description of that exhibit. I can delete all of those.
Okay, and I do wish those to be not included.
Okay.
Anything further on that issue from the state? Your Honor, with regard to that issue, I think the state just wants to clarify that the exhibit that was inadvertently shown is actually, to the state's knowledge, not an exhibit. It's not a stipulated to document. We had been talking about specific items that had been pulled from the Cellbrite or the iCloud accounts. The document that was published to the jury was not that. It actually made reference to grand jury proceedings, a preliminary hearing, and Lori Vallow's trial. And then I think it had something marking inconsistent statements, and that was published to the jury. The state does have concerns about that. I recognize the court did give a curative instruction. I think at the outset of this trial, the court gave an instruction to the jurors they were not supposed to consider Ms. Vallow, whether she had a trial or what any outcome was of any proceedings, and they weren't supposed to speculate. So I think that has now been published to them. I recognize the court has given that curative instruction. It also came to the court's attention that maybe there was a comment made sometime around that same time from counsel to the bailiffs about not touching his computer. So I think we just wanted to make a record of that. But we do recognize the court has given that instruction, but for purposes of appellate reasons, we wanted to make sure that we had a clear record.
And Judge, in response, I don't know that there's anything appropriate for me to direct a bailiff not to touch my computer when I'm stepping away from the podium. In regards to the other things, Judge, somehow those statements may have inadvertently been exposed by way of I should have probably removed the HDMI cord, and I think they were reflecting some of my notes, so I can relay that, but there was no intent to publish that to the jury.
Okay, well, on the second to last point there, well, on your final point, Mr. Pryor, and what the state's argued, what was published, okay, I'll clarify, was not an exhibit, was not evidence. The court did give a curative instruction. It was inadvertently published by the defendant in this case. At this point, because it was published, all we can do is have that curative instruction and make sure we have additional instructions in our final instructions to the jurors that they are only to consider admitted evidence, and that they were specifically instructed that evidence is not admitted in the case, and leave it to the jurors to commit to following those instructions. So from what I briefly saw, I'll note it wasn't up there that long. I don't believe it created more of an issue than is necessary that could be cured by the curative instruction given. So I won't draw any further attention to it on behalf of the jurors hearing about it, other than a general new instruction that will come with them for deliberations about what may be considered. On the point of what apparently was said by Mr. Pryor to the bailiffs. I'll just indicate, of course, the bailiffs are in charge of the courtroom at the direction of the court. And I'll instruct all counsel to be respectful of the bailiffs as they do their jobs, and in particular, to not make any sort of comments in front of the jurors that may confuse the jurors or concern the jurors as it relates to how the bailiffs are doing their job in here. I have full confidence in the way the bailiffs have handled this courtroom throughout the trial. And so I'll just leave it up to counsel to follow that instruction as well and refrain from any types of editorial type comments in front of jurors, please, while this trial goes on. So those are the issues we needed to discuss outside the presence of the jurors. At this time, then we'll continue with the cross-examination. Is the defense going to be ready to proceed and have the jurors returned?
Yes, Judge. And for a clarification, we are ending at 3:15 if I'm going to try to get through this.
We are going to end at 3:15 today because
Okay.
we've got another hearing at 3:30.
Okay.
Okay, how long will that take? All right, we'll go ahead and go off the record for now as we reset a device. We'll have the jurors brought in while we're doing that, and then we'll continue on with evidence until 3:15. So we can have the jurors brought in now. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. And it's fine. It's the involvement.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, Ms. Gibbs is still under oath. Mr. Pryor is conducting cross-examination. As I mentioned, we'll go for another 25 minutes here till 3:15 and conclude, since the court's going to have another hearing outside the presence of the jurors later today.
Judge, the technical issues are resolved.
Yes, you can proceed.
Now, Ms. Gibb, I need just a clarification if I could. You talked about how light and dark are they something that's not within your practice? Is that what I understand?
And not the way that they described light and darkness in my beliefs as a member of the church. I would just talk about light being the light of Christ.
Okay. So in other words, identifying someone as light or dark would not be something that you would do.
No.
Okay. And discussing the issue of portals, there was some discussion with the prosecuting attorney about portals. And please bear with me. A portal is what exactly?
It was made known to me by Lori that portals are something they created by saying some type of prayer, I think, and
Okay.
creating a place where they could communicate spiritually to each other.
Okay. And that's not something that you would practice as well?
No.
Okay. Okay. I noticed that a lot of your testimony when you were talking about zombies and talking about information about various levels of light and dark, and frankly, most of the subject was information that was conveyed to you by Lori. Would that be fair?
Yes.
You didn't talk to Chad very often, did you?
No.
And in all the time that you knew him, I would say less than a handful of times you actually spoke with him, right?
I'd say so.
Would that be fair?
It'd be fair.
Okay. So when I was listening to your testimony earlier with Ms. Blake, a comment that you continually made was that Chad told Lori and Lori told me, and I may be paraphrasing that the wrong way, but in essence, that's what you were saying, right?
Correct.
So I guess what I'm asking is you're relying on what Lori Vallow is telling you, and you don't really know whether what she's telling you is the truth or not, do you?
I would say I wouldn't know 100% sure, no.
Okay. Because Lori has lied to you before,
Yes.
and she's been untruthful to you about other things, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you talked a little bit about the whereabouts of JJ, and in your view, she lied to you about that, right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, when I listened to the tape recording, remember the tape that Miss Blake played at the end of the conversation that you tape recorded? Now, prior to that tape recording, had you talked to any law enforcement agency about recording that conversation?
Never.
And I noticed it was interesting because before you started the tape recording, you identified who you were and time and all of that, and made a very clear, succinct record of what was going on. And it sounds like you just deliberately knew in advance you were going to tape. Is that correct?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So you knew what the subject was going to be, and you knew what to answer and what not to answer while you were on that tape, right?
I had no idea what the conversation, how it was going to flow, so I can't say that that's true.
Well, you knew the subject of what the conversation was because you initiated that.
Sure.
Okay. And when I listen to the tape, and if we have to listen to it again, we can. But when I listen to the tape, it sounded like Lori's responses were in the singular. And what I mean by that, as an example, I had to move her to somewhere else, talking about TYLEE. It wasn't they had to move her, it was I had to move her. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
And then the other one again in the singular. I will do whatever the Lord needs me to do.
Yes.
Okay. So again, in the singular, when you and Lori and I guess Chad was in the background, he talked a little bit about his experiences with Tammy, but Lori Vallow's comments were not we will or they will. It was I will in the singular. Do you recall that?
That sounds familiar.
Right. Well, do you need to listen to it again to make sure, or are you pretty
No.
clear?
No, it's good.
Okay. And then when you talk to Lori about Alex, about saying the things that Alex did about, you don't want to know. Okay. She said again in the singular, I don't know why he would say that. Not we don't know why he would say that. It's I don't know why he would say that. Right?
Right.
Okay. Now, initially when the investigation started over the disappearance of JJ, and that was close to Thanksgiving time, correct?
Between October and November, yeah.
Well, the end of November when the
Yeah.
police showed up, right?
Yeah,
You remember that, right?
I do.
Okay, so you do have a recollection of about that when this took place, right? Okay. Basically, you received a call from the police, correct?
Correct.
And initially, it wasn't that you kind of lied, you lied to the police officers. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
So when you said you kind of maybe weren't truthful in the beginning, no, you lied to the police,
Sure.
correct?
Sure.
Okay. And then after you told the police a lie about having JJ with you, correct? You then, after some more prompting from the police, you sort of cleared that up, right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the prior testimony.
Sustained.
Okay, so how did that play out then after you initially lied to the police? How did it play out that you then corrected yourself with law enforcement after your initial lie?
I went to see them personally and talked to them about everything I knew.
Okay. And that's when you realized that, oh, well, my lie to them isn't going to hold up. I better sort of tell them something else, right?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative and mischaracterizes the prior testimony.
Sustained.
Okay, so the purpose of going back to the police was to clear up your initial lie, correct?
No,
Oh, it wasn't?
no.
Well, the purpose of going back to the police was to tell them what you felt they needed to hear, right?
I felt an obligation to share everything I knew with them.
Okay. And I guess that obligation wasn't so strong when you initially told the police the lie that you had JJ, right?
It was a conflict within me.
Okay. And that conflict within you said, it's more important that I lie for Lori Vallow than it is I tell the police the truth, right?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative and misstates the prior testimony.
That is overruled. You can
So-
answer. Hold on, there wasn't an answer.
Sorry, Judge.
Sorry.
You need me to have her recite the question again? Ms. Clerk, could you state the question for me, please?
I don't know how to answer that other than say it was a difficult moment for me, and that's just what I did.
Okay, so is being here today a difficult moment for you?
Of course it is.
Okay, and you're having some struggles because you're having some struggles because at some point you have information about JJ Vallow and about what happened to JJ Vallow, correct?
Best of my knowledge.
That's what?
Best of my knowledge, I'm sharing all that I know about.
Okay. So I want to go to the timeline of Chad Daybell a little bit.
Okay.
And you talked about arriving in Rexburg for the weekend of the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, that time frame. I guess Monday was the 23rd, Sunday was the 22nd, 21st on Saturday, 20th on Friday, 19th. And my recollection when I reviewed all of the reports and the other testimony that you've given, I was under the impression you arrived on Thursday.
I thought it was Wednesday, but it could have been Thursday. It's been too long to remember.
Okay, so the comment that you had Daybell 2, 3, or 4 times previous testimony, you're not sure about that either.
Well, I can recall certain moments. I'd have to sit down and recall every time I saw him and
Okay.
think about that a little bit more.
Okay, so we aren't clear about how many times we saw Chad on that weekend, right?
Not 100% clear.
Okay. And let's kind of go over the timeline for that weekend if we could. If you can try to remember it if possible. You arrived not on Wednesday like you just previously testified to. You arrived on Thursday, right?
Is that right? I don't remember.
Okay.
You'd have to look at documents to show that. I'm
You-
fine. I'm fine with that. It doesn't matter to me if it was Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay. And again, you said you flew in?
That's right.
And what time did you fly in?
I feel like it was in the afternoon, but I can't recall the time.
And please don't let me mischaracterize your testimony, but my recollection is on that first day that you flew in on the Thursday, you didn't see Chad Daybell.
I believe it was either that evening or the next evening. I'm not recalling that.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm questioning you about this is the next evening, I almost said it, your boyfriend at the time came into town, correct?
Yeah, on Friday.
And that was later in the afternoon, late in the evening, right?
That's right.
So when your boyfriend came into town, you hadn't seen Chad yet before your boyfriend
Well,
arrived, correct?
that's not true.
No, you did?
Yeah, I saw Chad
When did you see him?
previous to that.
What time?
Well, it was in the evening. I remember when we walked around the track at BYU, Idaho. It was in the evening. It was getting darker outside.
Okay. And that's the interaction that you described between Lori and Chad.
Part of it, yeah.
Now, one of the things when I listened to Lori's tape, what I was curious about, and I guess I didn't understand, was that on the tape recording with you and Chad and Lori, you talked to her about the issue of adultery,
Mhm,
that she was having a relationship with a married man
mhm.
and she was a married woman.
Correct.
Okay, and that is what was the phrase you used to describe what that is?
Inappropriate, maybe? I don't remember.
But it had a religious connotation to it, that it was in violation of something.
We were referencing one of the people in the Book of Mormon and talking about a certain king that had that type of behavior.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she said something about divorce.
Right.
And I'm going off of my recollection, but while you and David were going through your relationship in the beginning, he was still married, wasn't he? Or had he completed his divorce at that point?
He was in the process of completing it.
So he was still technically married at that point, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay. So then David arrived on Friday.
Yes.
Did you see Chad at all on Friday?
I can't remember if I saw him Friday.
Okay. And then you were there for, I don't remember the name of the firm. Was that the name of the conference?
Trying to remember if that was Firm Foundation, maybe. Okay.
Was that, well, I'm at,
I think that's the one.
I think
it
we're
was.
both struggling to find out which one that
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Which of those.
That I think that's what they referenced. It's my memory.
Okay. Firm Foundation. What is Firm Foundation?
It's a few people that got together and talked about evidences of the Book of Mormon and some science. We're talking a lot about science
Okay.
as well that weekend.
Okay. And that started early in the morning on that Saturday morning, right?
Sometime Saturday morning. I'm not recalling exactly the timing, but I would say sometime in the morning.
And then it ran till relatively late that night.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I recall it was 10 plus hours of
Okay.
the seminar. It was an all day event, right?
I think so, yeah,
And that was basically all day Saturday, correct?
correct.
Okay. And then we go to Sunday, right?
Right.
And my recollection is, I'm going off of memory, is everybody went to church that morning?
I don't remember anybody going to church.
Do you remember a discussion with Chad and David about going to see a piece of property after Chad gets out of church on Sunday?
Oh, yeah, I don't remember him saying, it could be, I just don't recall it, but it could be. But yes, they were going to go look at some property.
And after church, after they got done with their services and everybody was going to church and I can't remember if you and David went to church that morning, but there was a reference to Chad and you guys were waiting for him to finish up church before you went to visit a piece of property, right?
Yeah, I feel like he might have been the only one if he did go. Yeah, I don't recall anybody else going. I just don't recall it.
Okay. So Chad, obviously you didn't see him Sunday morning until you guys went out to see the property that Sunday afternoon.
I don't recall seeing him
Okay.
till then.
But you do recall going out to a piece of property, and I want to say south and east of Chad's property.
I wouldn't know the directions.
Me neither. But you went out there and do you recall who was out there when you went to look at that piece of property?
So it was Chad and I believe a man that was a realtor and me and David. I think Alex might have been there. And then there was a couple that drove by and, spoke to all of us for a few minutes and then they left.
And I don't recall, was Lori there as well?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. She was at home with who?
I'm assuming she was at home with her son.
JJ. Okay. Because after you folks went out to look at this piece of property, you went directly back to Lori's townhome, correct?
I think so.
Yeah. And we don't know where Chad when he went home, I presume, right? You don't know.
I don't remember. Yeah.
Okay. So was this a piece of property that I almost said it again, your boyfriend, and please forgive me if I meant to say husband or boyfriend, it's going to be tough for me, but your boyfriend at the time was looking at a piece of property to purchase, correct?
They were introducing the idea of purchasing it, but he had no concept if he would do it or not, but it was something they proposed to him.
Okay. Okay. Well, understood it a different way. I understood that your boyfriend was interested in potentially developing a piece of property and asked Chad to introduce him to a realtor. That's the way I understood it.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. Counsel's testifying.
Judge,
The question was asked and answered.
Sustained.
Is it possible that it was your boyfriend who was looking at a piece of property and asked Chad to refer him to a real estate agent?
I don't believe so.
Okay. But in any event, you and Alex and your boyfriend David and this real estate person and Chad went out to look at this piece of property, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back home, and that was late afternoon, if I recall. Is that correct?
I feel, it feels like it was.
Yeah. And then at that point, the one of the projects that you and Lori, I think it was just you and Lori, were involved was starting to prepare to do what's called a podcast.
Are you talking about the evening, the one on Sunday evening?
That Sunday, we're on Sunday right now, I think.
Yeah. So yeah. We were going to sometime do it. We weren't sure exactly we were going to get to it, but we finally got to it on Sunday night.
Right. And correct me, was it just you and Lori, or was David involved in that too?
All three of us,
The
yes.
three of you. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. And then you were going to do this podcast. And you did that. And my recollection is it started at like 8 or 9 o'clock,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
and it went till after midnight.
Yeah, somewhere. I knew it was like around midnight. I don't know if it was after it. I just know it was kind of late.
Okay. So you didn't see Chad other than on Sunday. You saw Chad for the land. And you didn't see him that night during the podcast, right?
He might have come over after the land. I don't recall, but he was not at the podcast.
Okay. And you don't recall whether he was there after the land, though. You think you're saying he may have.
It's possible.
Okay. Okay. But then during the podcast, my understanding is that sometime during the podcast, you observed Alex Cox carrying JJ VALLOW on Sunday night with his head on his shoulders upstairs.
That's right.
Okay. And you don't know which bedroom he put JJ in, is that right?
I did not witness where he put him, but he was not in JJ's room or he was not in TYLEE's room.
Okay. But you and David were in TYLEE's room that night.
No, we were in both. Well, no, it was JJ's room.
Oh, you were in JJ's room?
Yeah, it was JJ's room.
Okay. Now, in terms of the bedrooms, when you walk up the stairs, there's 3 bedrooms up there, correct?
Yes.
And they're all relatively close bedrooms. Would you agree with that?
TYLEE and JJ's were close and Lori's was down the hallway.
Okay. But when we say down the hallway, that's a relative term, isn't it?
Well, they're not as close as the other two.
Right. But they're also not a long distance away. This was not a large townhome, was it?
No, it was just from one end of the townhome to the other.
Right. It's a short distance to one
I
bedroom.
guess relative to a lot of things, yes.
Okay. Okay. So when you went to bed at whatever time that was after the podcast, at that point, you were presuming that Lori also went to bed and decided to lay down with JJ, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you and David you went to sleep after some prayer.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know where JJ was that night, correct?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay. But you were in the house when Alex brought him up initially at, what time was that when Alex brought him up again?
You know, I don't recall. It was a little bit, maybe a few hours into us doing the podcast.
Okay. And then you said David had, I don't want to put words, he had a nightmare or a vision?
They kind of felt like both. I'm not really sure. It was just a bad experience he had.
Okay.
You
And
have to ask him what he felt like it was.
you don't remember?
I remember he was very alarmed by it and upset by it.
Okay. And was he alarmed enough and upset enough that did both of you get up and knock on the door of Lori's door?
No.
Did either of you try to locate Lori and say, is everything okay? Because this was alarming.
I did.
Did you knock on the door of
Yeah, I went over to her door and tried to open it and it was locked.
okay, but you didn't knock, right?
I might have. I don't recall.
Oh.
I just know I tried to get in.
Okay, and it wasn't opened.
Right.
Did you go down to the other bedroom that was closer to where you and David were staying and check on that bedroom?
No.
Okay. Okay. And then after this alarming event that was so traumatic to David, you slept in until what time?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I probably woke up around 7 or something in the morning. I don't know.
Okay. And from previous testimony, you indicated that you took off and left at about 9:30. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And at that point, again, even though David had this traumatic experience about this nightmare, you didn't ask to see JJ, did you?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
You didn't ask to see JJ.
It's possible I did. I don't recall what I said to her when I came downstairs.
Okay. Well, you make a lot of comments, it's possible, but you don't remember asking to see JJ, do you?
I remember when you're meeting with somebody for a full weekend, you don't remember all the conversations you have. You do your best to remember all that you can recall.
Well, I appreciate that because, in the beginning of your testimony with the prosecuting attorney, you were very clear about all of these memories that you had about zombies, about dark and light.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a narrative. Move to strike. It's argumentative.
Sustained.
You were very clear on your testimony about zombies. You didn't have a memory loss about that, did you?
No,
You didn't have a memory loss about dark and light, right?
no.
You didn't have a memory loss about how often you saw Chad, right?
Sometimes I remember seeing him. It wasn't a memorable weekend to remember when he came in and out all the time.
But you were very clear about all of the things that Lori Vallow told you at the bequest of Chad. You were real clear about that, weren't you? No?
I said, yeah.
Okay. Judge, I don't know if you want to, I unfortunately have quite a ways to go now, and I apologize to the court, but I got a ways to go.
Oh, you don't need to apologize, Mr. Pryor. We'll take our time to get through this witness, but we are towards the end of where we're going to get with the witness today. As I mentioned, the court's got another hearing to take up this afternoon. So if there's no objection from either side, I would like to recess for the day and resume tomorrow. State okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Yes, Judge.
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you retire for the evening, go home, please follow the court's continuing instruction and admonishment to not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. And please don't do anything to research or look the case up so you can remain unbiased in the case and make your decision just based on the evidence you hear here at trial. If you happen to run across any media about this case, please try to avert your attention from that. And with that in mind, I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All rise, please.
Yes, thank you. We'll be in recess until this next hearing starts at 3:30. The witness can step down, and I will just remind you, Ms. Gibb, also you're not to discuss your testimony with others that have testified in the case.
All right, I guess that's it for the day. You could really hear the hostility and him when he kept saying boyfriend. I knew exactly where he was going. Like, but then it's all Lori. Anyway, guys, I have to go try to pack up some orders so I can get stuff billed and shipped. But yeah, imagine being married to no prior, even a discussion about breakfast would last all day. Yeah, but he probably doesn't do that to the people like to him. All right, I will see you guys later. Thank you for watching. God bless. Prayers. We'll see you later. Bye bye now. What?
How do you do this?
Leave it alone.
Do this together.
I know. I'm going.
So you come apart?
No.
Oh,
Hold on a minute, please.
so lucky.
I'm lucky. I'm lucky.